Hello, everyone. Welcome to the BUZZ Expo once again. It is the last day of our Expo live events, and we start with an interesting topic. I'm happy to introduce you to Vlad Goryagin, CEO of the BUZZ.travel Group, who will tell you everything you need to know about the post-corona travel in the Baltic states. Welcome, Vlad.
Hello and welcome everybody. Today is Friday. We enjoy very nice weather in the Baltic states and I hope we will have a very nice conversation. I would call it a conversation rather than a presentation because I think it's more important to discuss the issues which all our colleagues in the travel industry are facing right now rather than promote ourselves. But we will try to do a light promotion of our company and the destination we offer as well. So let's start with a short video which will tell you about our company and what our company is offering. Let me share my screen. We are back.
Yes, we are. So now we have seen a bit of what you do. Can you explain a little bit more, maybe, what your company, the BUZZ.travel Group, does?
Okay, so the company is 20 years old. So just before the COVID, in the end of February, we had a big party. It was more than 500 people who attended the party. It's our customers, suppliers. It was on the 27th of February and we celebrated 20 years since our company arrived on the market. The company started as a small, let's say, travel agency, as a small DMC. There were only two of us back in February 20 years ago. And before COVID, let's say, destroyed all our plans, we were 80 people in 3 countries, in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And in our company, we have 3 major departments. So first department is inbound tourist department, which handles all incoming leisure requests into the Baltic states, groups and FIT. Then we have a department of meetings and events, which handles all MICE operation on the territory of the Baltic states. It's meetings, incentive, conferences, events, pharmaceutical congresses, and so on. And the third department is corporate travel or business travel department, which is taking care of business travelers from the Baltic states. We are affiliated with the agency, which is a business travel arm of Expedia, and we provide services for international corporate customers, which are based in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So basically, these are 3 departments which cover, let's say, most of the travel services which are required by our customers.
Okay, that's interesting. And well, this is a question I think everybody has, and everybody has facing this issue. How did you handle the lockdown so far?
It's a very, I would say, difficult question, and I think personally for myself, it was, I mean, all this period was like a nightmare. You know, it was like a nightmare, and it's like a horror movie which doesn't have an end. I mean, I have to tell you, I mean, despite I'm trying to be very positive and optimistic, unfortunately, we are still not, let's say, over the crisis. We are still not out of the woods, as the British people say. We don't know how it will end, and it very much depends what support will be provided by the governments, and will there be a second or third wave of pandemic. But of course, especially after big celebration we had, and after we had this enthusiasm within the company, you know, it was very difficult to accept the new reality. And I can just share my personal experience. I think this is the most interesting. That up to a cancellation of ITB, we still had the hope that you know, what is happening is just a small thing which is happening in China, and which will not have a big impact over, you know, European or American markets. You know, I mean, this is not the first you know, let's say, crisis, pandemic crisis, which is taking place. I mean, there were a lot in the past, but it never ever in let's say, in my memory, you know, we had such a big thing when the whole world was closed. And even you know, before ITB, we had a slight hope that it will end very soon. And I can tell you again from my personal experience, I had my stuff packed, my luggage packed for ITB. We had the hotel booking confirmation, you know, we had all the meeting confirmation. So for the first 3 days, we had complete setup of bookings. The stand on ITB was completely decorated. And I remember that I was just checking every hour, you know, the official Facebook page of ITB, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, there was a very positive information like, don't worry, you know, we need to show to the world that, you know, travel industry united. We are not afraid of any coronavirus. And suddenly, I think it was about 10 p.m. on Friday night when we got this message. Uh, ITB is cancelled. Nobody is going. And then for me, it was like a sign that that's the end. That's the end of the story. And we are really facing a big problem. Let's put it in a literal
Yeah.
way. And after that, you know, we still were hoping that this crisis will be managed pretty soon. That there will be some vaccination, there will be some drugs. That, you know, the doctors and the medical staff will find how to handle it, and we still had a slight hope that, you know, this is not happening with us. I mean, it will be over pretty soon. But then, you know, we started to get all this cancellation, and this was, it was becoming like a kind of you know, snowball. Every day you are coming to the office, you see everything is going to be canceled. You know, the people start to, the company, the people, they are requiring money back. You know, we have a lot of accounts payables, a lot of accounts receivables. You know, we are in the beginning of the summer season, when you know, the companies are let's say, hungry on cash, because all
Yeah.
the money were spent in winter. And this was very difficult period. I mean, it's still going on. However, there are some good signs that the borders are opening, and the flights are getting back to the schedule. So hopefully we will still have some business this year. I don't know how much, and will it help us to survive? But we are trying to be optimistic and do everything what we can. So your question was how we
How you handled the
how we
lockdowns? Yeah.
handled it. Yes, how we handle it. I mean, the first thing you need to you need to accept it, which is the most difficult. I mean, psychologically, you need to accept that the company you've been building is going to burn down. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I just read a couple of days ago interview of CEO of Airbnb, and he just said that, you know, everything we have been building during these years disappeared in a couple of weeks. So basically, you know, the same happened with many colleagues in the travel trade, especially with the tour operators and with DMC. Everything we were building up during the last decades, it just disappeared over 2 3 weeks. So the first is to accept this thing that, you know, you're not going, the life will never be the same again. It's like accepting the disease,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And I mean, you get crazy. I mean, I mean,
Of
you
course.
understand that everything, all your hopes, all your dreams, they are ruined, you know. And I mean, it's not because it's your fault, but it just happened, you know. It's like earthquake, or it's like a war. I mean, it's something beyond your control. And uh, when you start to accept it, then you start to think, what should you do next? And of course, the most important is to do right financial steps.
Yep.
You need to understand where you, because I mean, before, uh, you know, when there is no crisis, you know, this is like a peaceful period. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's not, it's good, it's not good, but how to say it, it's easy to be loyal to the company when you get a good salary, when you get the social benefits, when the company is taking care of yourself, and you sit in a nice office, and everything you get is like a granted. But when you see that the company is in the process of I mean the company has a death threat, and this is the period when the employees can show their loyalty
Mm-hmm.
to the company. And of course, you know, different people behave differently. But I'm happy to say that we managed to negotiate with most of our staff, uh, that even the situation is not as it used to be. I think many people accepted that, and are ready to work under these circumstances. And of course, we need to decrease the payroll. I mean, some people we need to lay off completely, but some people were on a furlough, and there was some help also from the government. So here comes another issue. Despite we all are based in European Union, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, uh, different company, different countries provide different, let's say, support package to different organization. And this is also, I think, one of the lesson which should be learned, you know, after this crisis, that we as a business were looking for some kind of united approach to the support of the small businesses, because even our company has offices in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and we can see how different countries treat, for example, travel business, and what kind of support
Mm-hmm.
they are offering. And you know, in some countries they give you subsidy, and you can use the subsidy, you know, to pay your current invoices, and to pay some salaries to the staff. So basically, you know, you have some cash to survive. Other countries, they say, I mean, we cannot give you any subsidy, but you know, you should go to bank and take a loan. But let's say, why should we take a loan and pay an interest on this
Yes.
loan if what happened is not our fault? And if we take this loan, and if we start to use it, it means that we will have a big debt, which would be very difficult to pay afterwards. You know,
Exactly.
some companies, some governments are offering this help. Some are offering, just to take a loans. Some are offering furlough money, and again, different approaches. In some countries, uh, like in Estonia, for example, the government give a part of the salary to the people, and the people still can work. And in other countries, if you get furlough, you cannot work at all. And it's again was a big case, because what means for us not to work. It's very difficult, because even if we don't have any business, if we don't have any new requests, we still have a lot of cancellations, a lot of refunds. We have a lot of legal issues, because TMCs, tour operators, travel agencies, they are middlemen. So we operate with very small margin, which we take, either from a customer or from supplier, and which allows us to run our businesses. And suddenly you are in the situation when you need to give money back to your customers. The customers are on your neck. We need the money,
Hmm.
pay us money
Of
back.
course.
At the same time, suppliers such as air companies are not, let's say, in a hurry with the refunds. We still have a lot of cases when people are not getting money back because their companies are not getting money back, and we are like in the middle of all this trash. And again, what we expecting from this crisis, I hope one day it will be over. And I think that on European level, the governments, the air companies, the hotels, they have to come and sit and say, okay, guys, when you have this type of situation, what should be our actions, how we should behave, what should be our response to this. But we think it should be harmonized. What we see, from this crisis, that on a government level, on air companies level, there was no harmonization. There were some European air carriers which were giving money back as a refund. Some were saying no, some are still not paying the money. And let's say, if we cannot handle it within European Union, what could be our expectations, from the countries outside of European Union? And the same goes about border crossing. The same goes about quarantine rules, and so on and so on and so on. Because again, what is happening now, for example, in Bulgaria, there is a spike of COVID diseases. I mean, not a big, but it's like now 15.5 diseases for 100,000 population. And automatically, some countries stop charters there, and other countries say, okay, we don't care. We want, I think, the same rules of ball game for all European Union. That would make our life much more easier, especially for our business, which operates in three different countries.
Hmm. Absolutely, I think so as well. So you already mentioned that that there is a difference in between handling this COVID situation in general. What would you say? How had the work of the Baltic states in general been in this regard? Did they do a good job? Had it all been too different what they have been doing? Can you tell us more about that?
I would say the Baltic states, uh, let's say, were handling the virus in a very professional manner. The government took measures regarding lockdown very quickly, and the numbers of the people who suffered was very low. In Latvia, for example, there were only 30 death cases, and most of them were old people who were suffering from other diseases. So the first person who died from COVID was a lady who was 99 years old. So I mean, of course, we are sorry about it, but still, I think that in our case we didn't have this big problem with the disease, and only those people who already had some other diseases, died because of it. Because I mean, for them, COVID was a kind of crisis, and not as a sort of a trigger, yes, for the disease, but it didn't really had an impact on most of the population. I think it's because of the fact that we always keep social distancing. You know, Baltic people are known that they are different from Italian or Spanish people, from Latino people, so we are not going to kiss and hug the person if we know them very well. We prefer to keep the distance, and I think this was very good. So this social distancing is something which is in our DNA.
That's good.
We don't kiss and hug foreigners. We try to avoid them, and we feel
Mm,
very uncomfortable, if someone
yeah,
is going to kiss. To kiss.
perfect.
Like all, I think, northern nations. This is one thing, and the second thing, which also was very positive, the Baltic states have a very low density of the population. So we have one of the lowest density of the population in European Union. We have many people who moved out of the countries, when the countries joined European Union, and we have big, let's say, labor market, so the people can go and work abroad. And of course, we are still developing emerging markets within European Union, so the level of salaries and the social support is not that good as, for example, in Germany or in Scandinavian countries. So we had a big, let's say, exodus of the population in the recent decades. And all the time, all 20 years, for us it was a big problem, and it was a big issue that we are losing our people, and that our cities and our countryside is becoming empty. But suddenly this problem became our benefit. you know
It's so.
Suddenly the fact that we don't have so many people left in our countries, it became a positive thing, and all that put the Baltic states on the first pages of international press, without any investment from the governmental side.
Mm,
Cities like Riga, the capital of Latvia, and Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, became the top cities to visit after COVID. Now the most important is for the people who want to travel is the safety. The
absolutely.
people are looking for safety, safety, safety. Like, was important, what is the most important for hotel? It's location, location, location. So for the people who want to travel abroad after COVID, the most important is safety. And the Baltic states are the safest country in Europe. And suddenly our beaches are the safest beaches in Europe. Why? Because we can guarantee social distancing. So
It's
as
not too crowded. Yeah.
yes, we have a joke. We have a joke about Latvia, that in Latvia there is only one beach. We have only one beach, but it's 500 kilometers long. And even it takes you maybe half an hour to drive out of capital Riga, where you will find a beautiful sandy beach, where you will be almost alone, so you will not see any other people around. So you'll see the people even not within 2-meter distance as it's required, but the next person will be within half a kilometer distance. And
Sounds good.
yes, it sounds good. Yes, and it's a kind of new luxury. So I think this is a very good chance for our countries, which were maybe not as popular as Spain or Greece or Italy. I think under new circumstances, suddenly our countries are becoming the ultimate destination for the people who, first of all, appreciate safety. We don't have any big, massive hotels, with all-inclusive programs. We even before COVID, before COVID crisis, I mean, our capitals were not overpopulated. So
Mm.
for the people who want to look for something new and they don't want to be like in a so-called tourist ghetto, I think the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia are fantastic destination to visit. And another thing which I also want to mention, like everywhere in Europe, the prices are very reasonable nowadays. So I think we are getting offers from the suppliers which are getting out of lockdown, and I think this is a fantastic opportunity to get the first class service at a very, let's say, at a budget level. So
Hmm.
for those who decide to travel to the Baltic states this year, I can assure that you can stay, let's say, in a five-star hotel at a three-star price. Yes, and enjoy also other services. The Baltic states are known for their very high level of food, of service, of culture, and basically, I mean, we've been nicknamed as affordable Scandinavia before COVID. Yes, before COVID, the people say, okay, you have Scandinavian quality at Eastern European prices, but now after COVID, the price is even more friendly. So I would invite everybody who's watching this webinar to visit the Baltic states this summer if you want to travel on a budget and to a safe destination.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea to do. I mean, what can you expect more? It's a good
Exactly.
price. You have a great service, and it's safe. I mean,
Yes.
this is what everybody's searching for, especially at the moment. And I
Yes.
think this will stay for a longer time.
Yes. And not many people around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. This
Which is
is
which which
this
is which is which is very bad for us. Which is very
yeah.
bad for us because I mean we handled a lot of business from Asia. We had a lot of customers from Japan, from China, from Taiwan, from Hong Kong, from Thailand. And unfortunately, I mean, all these groups they are not coming this year,
Of
unfortunately.
course not.
But for people who are traveling within European Union, you can really make a most of it. You can make a most of it, so you really see the cities, the castles, the places of interest without these tourist groups, and I think it's a very nice feeling.
Yeah,
And
I think so as well. I
mm,
mean, when you really now, well, it always sounds horrible or stupid if you use the chance. I hate that term, but if you really make use of the crisis, you can in the end really get people that might not have visited the Baltic states before may come even more in the future. So,
yeah,
tell me.
especially, I think what I just said. It's a good point for city of Tallinn. For those who haven't been to, have you been to Tallinn yourself? No.
No,
No.
no, I
So
haven't.
if somebody asks me, what I can say about old city of Tallinn, yes, I can tell you, it's like a Disneyland, old historical
Yeah,
castle. But the
yeah,
only difference, it's a real one. It's
great.
like Disneyland, but a real one. It's like a fairy tale. Tallinn is a fairy tale, and normally all ships in Baltic Sea which are traveling to St. Petersburg, which is like the major destination on the Baltic
Mhm.
Sea, they all make a stop in Tallinn. And if you have more than one ship, that's really going crazy. I mean, it's really difficult to move around
Mhm.
in the old city when you have, imagine two huge cruise ships with the people
Mhm.
all over the world who are just, filled with their masses, the narrow streets of medieval city. And now, I mean, you can really walk around, you can enjoy, you can stay in a beautiful hotel at very good price.
Mm.
You can have your city at your disposal,
Yeah,
basically. And
exactly.
and since now our air companies are studying the flights. Again, I know that many people would prefer to stay at home and not to travel anywhere, but I think this is the once in a lifetime opportunity to enjoy our cities without tourist rush at prices which will be like a fairy tale, you know.
Yeah,
I think in two
absolutely.
years you can tell you know how much you spend on your vacation in Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius, and it will sound like a fairy tale.
For sure. Well, I think so.
Yeah.
So just to wrap that around a little, to break that down, what do you think? Just as my last question I have for you, because I just see we can talk for hours about it. But why should people choose the Baltic states? What to see and do there, and what makes it so unique?
Okay. Uh, for those people who haven't been, I can tell also about this subject. I can answer for hours, but I will
I
try.
think so. I think so.
I will try. You know, just in a nutshell. You know, a kind of stream of conscience in a nutshell. Okay, why to visit Baltic states? They are unique. You know, we have a very unique history, and for the last, let's say, 30 years, these countries re-emerge on the world map as independent countries. I mean, these countries were existing between the First and the Second World War. They first appeared as an independent countries during this period, and then they've been victims to first Soviet, then German, and then again Soviet occupations. And let's say for almost 50 years, the countries were hidden behind the Iron Curtain, and they were like a part of Soviet Union, and they were not, let's say, really independent as they are now. In 91, when these countries proclaimed their independence from the Soviet Union, they re-emerged again, and the last 30 years was a very quick development in these countries, and they changed completely. And you know, many people when I go abroad, I mean, still many people haven't heard about these countries, about their unique history, about culture, about their traditions, and so on and so on. So I think that currently, if we you know, if we take Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and you know, I don't want to tell it just because, you know, I am from these countries, you know, that I'm patriot of the Baltic, but you know, it's objectively. I think currently we are the safest, not just because of COVID. It's also because of let's say level of criminal activities. I mean, we are very safe. We are the greenest countries. We don't have any massive production in the countries. So we don't have huge factories or plants or so on. So we are really the greenest in terms that we have a lot of beautiful forests, and we don't have any, let's say, major pollution, which is unfortunately a problem for many other uh, industrially industrial countries. Yes, I mean, this is again, this is our minus, which under current circumstances is our plus. So we are really a green paradise. We have a beautiful coastline with the Baltic Sea, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. So nature is fantastic. It's almost untouched nature. The level of service, as already mentioned before, is one of the best in the world. The infrastructure is brand new, so most of the hotels or guest houses, they've been built in the recent decades, so they are still very fresh. And again, due to the fact that the density of population is very low, I mean, this is a new luxury, I would say. When you go to the crowded capitals of Europe, it's not something you enjoy.
Mm.
So for the people who want to find, let's say, a calm in their minds and to find a peace. I think the Baltic states is a unique destination. But many people ask me, like, what I suggest to visit. What I suggest to visit. I mean, should we go to Latvia, or should I go to Lithuania? Should I go to Estonia? These are all three different countries. Even if people think that the Baltic states is just one country, it's not true. I mean, every country is completely different. It has its own language, and even within the Baltic states, we do not understand each other. You know, so the older generation, if they speak to each other, they speak in Russian, because Russian was a major language, you know, under Soviet time. And now younger generation mostly speak English, but we don't understand if we speak our own language, and this is also quite unique. So I would invite everybody to come and explore our countries. And again, it's, let's say, the best kept secret of Europe, as we call it, and it's one of the most competitive secret of Europe, because I think the level of pricing in the Baltic states is second to none. I don't want to say that we are the cheapest one, but I think the value for money you get in the Baltic states is difficult to get in any other countries of European Union.
Yeah, perfect. That has been really in a nutshell. I love that because we're running a bit over time now. But everybody, if you would like to know more about the Baltic Straits, how to get there, what to do there, and so on, Vlad is member of BUZZ.travel, so you can find him on the platform. He has a stand at the Expo. Get in touch, request an appointment. So you see, he doesn't bite. You can have a really great talk with him. I really enjoyed that. And Vlad, thank you so much for this nice talk today, for all the information. I really learned something new today. And this is what I love as well. So wishing you...
I would like to take this opportunity, Marcus, to invite you personally. You know, when these things will be over and we could travel freely, I would like to invite you personally, be my guest. Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
You just need to take care of your flight. The rest will be taken care of by our company. Okay.
That's an absolute great offer. Thanks a lot. I will for sure let you know when all of this here works and is up and running again. Because I think, yeah, you really made me want to see all of that. That's really cool. Thanks a lot, Vlad. Best of luck. We stay in touch for sure. And have a great day.
We will survive. We will survive.
Absolutely.
No pasaran.
All the best. Everybody, thank you for watching. Stay tuned. We go on soon and stay safe. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this latest session of the BUZZ.travel Expo. And congratulations to the BUZZ.travel team coming to the end of what's been a real extravaganza of thought leadership and insights into our sector. Our next session is with Mr. Charlie Cotton, and the session is entitled Why Every Travel Business Should Be Committed to People, Planet and Profit. So to give a bit of introduction on Charlie, with a background in finance and economics, Charlie has worked for several years in tourism, helping companies hit growth targets and build ideas into profitable solutions. E-Collective was started last year to help transform the way the industry approached sustainability. Frustrated by more talk than action, E-Collective is designed to make positive, quantifiable change easy using data. So Charlie has promised he will not spend the next 45 minutes talking about plastic straws and climate change, but will share his expertise on how changing internal KPIs can drive commercial success and brand identity. So we will start off with Charlie giving a presentation. Hopefully then we will get into some Q&A. Please post these on the Q&A button, not the chat button, which has been disabled. And Charlie, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So I'll start by just sharing my screen. Production, are you ready? So in today's society, it's more important than ever for the travel industry to focus on the triple bottom line. Hi, I'm Charlie. Thank you very much, Patrick, for your introduction. And as you kind of mentioned, I help travel businesses become more successful by firstly measuring and then improving kind of key performance indicators. Now, I wanted to start off by sharing something rather kind of scary with you all. The IMF recently stated that the global economy is going to shrink somewhere around 3% in their estimation, which will consider to be kind of on a global scale the worst recession that has ever been since the 1930s. So worst it's ever. Outlook is not looking positive at all. And I wanted to kind of start off by kind of focusing on some of the issues that we all face, no matter what our travel business is. And I'm kind of breaking this down into three very top levels that I come across most commonly in my work. So firstly, obviously, the big one, COVID-19, has had this massive impact on all of us, whether it be physically or emotionally, as well as financially. And I think no industry has been more negatively impacted than tourism. Everything's just purely been switched off, and things really aren't anywhere close to being back up and running. On a slightly larger but further term issue, we have the climate crisis, which is unfortunately going to get worse and worse as we miss deadlines and miss targets. And as we continue to miss targets and miss deadlines, the kind of implications of that are going to become more severe and more drastic. And we as businesses, but as well as consumers and governments, will be forced to kind of take actions to minimize those negatives that come from that, and they'll get more and more severe as time goes on. And the last thing I wanted to kind of go over was this outdated misconception about sustainability that I often come across, that this idea that becoming green or eco comes at a cost to the business or the consumer, which I'm super excited to kind of go on a bit about today and say it's actually no longer true. There's so many really good things that we can all do as part of our business that would make us more sustainable, but that don't have this cost element that's often considered in the past, or reasons why businesses haven't changed in the past. So just to quickly focus on this idea of the triple bottom line first. So John Elkington first pioneered this term as a way to measure performance. The idea was that a company can be managed in a way that not only earns financial profits, but which also improves people's lives and the planet. The exciting thing that is not only is it the right thing to do, but businesses who adopted this approach have outperformed traditional businesses over the last 20 years. This kind of first concept was pioneered back in '94. So there's been a few businesses who implemented it, and it's been 25 years. And there's more and more businesses applying this kind of methodology today. And the results kind of speak for themselves, which is really exciting. Even to the stage that last year, back in August, the Business Roundtable, this kind of association of some of the biggest companies in America, all signed up to make their business committed to making sure they benefit all stakeholders, not just shareholders. So that could be from consumers, employees, suppliers, communities, and so forth. So it's just moving from this concept that a business purely serves the shareholder, but wants a business that serves all stakeholders, including the shareholder. So this is a very simple diagram that at a very, very kind of top level really simplifies what the triple bottom line is all about. And this middle section here is what I believe all businesses in the travel world should be aiming to achieve. This kind of sweet spot where we have performance improving year on year, not just in profit, but also when it comes to our people-based KPIs, whether that's kind of loyalty within the company or the amount we benefit our consumers, as well as kind of planet-based KPIs, whether it's kind of CO2 emissions per customer or whatever it may be for your business model. That's really what we're trying to achieve. And it is very much, with all things sustainability, it is very much a balancing act. If you focus too much on one thing, it often potentially come at a cost to one or two of the different areas. But there is this perfect sweet spot in the middle that we have found in our projects, which can be achieved. And if you get that perfect balance, we see the kind of growth of that business accelerating quicker than if it wasn't focusing on all three, if it was just focusing on one or two. And the other thing I kind of wanted to make a stress on about was this idea that this is not just about becoming an NGO or a charity or becoming kind of eco warriors ourselves. This is purely just a ruthless business decision. We should all do this because we're going to be taking home, we're going to be achieving bigger results at the end of the day. By focusing on what are traditionally non-profit making parts of the businesses, we somehow manage to move the needle more on those profit KPIs. So why now? The first mistake people make when they think about this kind of areas, they think it's going to be laborious or super expensive, or the return of investment won't be there, or if it is, it's going to be there in several years away. But it just doesn't really stand tall anymore, that kind of way of thinking. The main reason why we should all be adopting this approach is no different from why we should have done it 20 years ago, or why we do most things in our jobs in our day-to-day. It's purely because it drives financial success. But there are other impacts as well that are coming as of today, which weren't so true 5, 10 or 20 years ago, that are going to force us to apply this method more and mean the kind of the reasons why are even stronger today than they ever have been before. So firstly, we've got this changing consumer group that are becoming more powerful in terms of their spend. Millennials and Gen Z are coming to the fore, and they're coming with different consumer preferences than previous generations. I could blurt along all day about all the different stats and case studies that have been done in the past, but I think this generation, more than any previous one, applying more of a conscious consumer base, and they've obviously grown up in the kind of information age where they've got more information to hand than they ever have been before. I was reading yesterday that Gen Z are more, or got told actually, Gen Z as a consumer base are more savvy when it comes to kind of consumer reviews than I ever have been before, in terms of spotting fake ones and only purchasing based on reviews. This idea that we're all talking and reporting back on products, and not just on the quality, but also other things in terms of how they're made or what was going on behind the scenes, has never been more at the front of business cases than they have been today. The most obvious reason why we as a kind of a travel industry need to be applying this approach is our key assets. We're a bit of a unique industry where our key asset is something we don't own. When we look at our websites or our brochures or whatever it may be, the thing that's often on them is something we don't own. They're these amazing, beautiful mountains. They are these beautiful beaches or this amazing coral reef system. We don't own these assets, but the very success of our business very much relies on the success of that asset. If we ruin that beach, it will have a direct impact on our beach bar or whatever your business may be. And we need to start focusing a bit more on thinking of that beach as part of our own assets, even though we don't own it. The kind of very success of those things are very much correlated. And then also, we've got this great situation of this kind of plan B alternatives. I think if I was having this talk 10 years ago, you could very easily come back at me and say, well, this is great, and we all absolutely believe in it. We want to do more for the environment. We want to do more for the people that are impacted by the business. But those plan B alternatives are just not cost efficient. They're not commercially viable for us. But now, because there's been so much innovation and so much kind of technological advancements in those plan B alternatives, that actually we've got this wealth of sustainable alternatives that we can start applying that we haven't done so before, because we've just done things as business as usual. But now there's this awesome opportunity where we can improve our product or improve our service, which benefits the consumer, benefits the planet, and benefits potentially kind of local suppliers and small communities that we may go and visit, but also it benefits the business because it might be more efficient or it might be cheaper. So it's kind of getting rid of this outdated idea that sustainability is this side-on business that we do on a Wednesday afternoon, or it's this thing that we have to spend money towards sustainability because we should do it. That is no longer true. And this last stat, actually, again, I only came across this yesterday, but I thought it was really interesting. It was a survey that was saying only 6% of us want to return back to the way things were before COVID-19 struck, which I thought was fascinating. This idea that I think in the industry, we'll get a rush to kind of like, oh God, I wish things were back to normal. I wish things were back to normal. And I'm certainly have been thinking that a lot myself recently, but I love this idea that we can come back and build back better, to steal someone else's phrase I saw recently. This idea that we don't have to necessarily go back to business as usual, but we should kind of use this kind of terrible situation that we find ourselves in to think about actually, as much as we want to get back to business as usual as quickly as possible, is there anything we can change just to be 5% or 10% better in terms of our performance and when it comes to kind of the environmental side or the people side? So it's super easy just to kind of blabber on and talk about why we should all be doing this without kind of really getting down to what this means for us as an individual business, and kind of come up with examples that aren't really replicable in our own lives. I think the first thing to kind of mention is actually, well, tourism does have amazing benefits for the world. I think some crazy numbers like 1 in 10 or something close to that are directly economically benefited from tourism. It's a massive employer in terms of the whole kind of global workforce. It's great at kind of reducing inequality, getting money from the super wealthy to the incredibly poor. It helps in conservation. There's so many positives to tourism that we should all be super proud of. But at the same time, we shouldn't be naive and ignore the negative impacts that our businesses have. From whether it be kind of climate change or plastic waste or over water consumption or whatever it may be. I'm not here to say wag a finger at certain business saying you're bad and you shouldn't be doing this. I just want it to be a situation where we all accept the negative impacts that we have, and hopefully start to kind of persuade some businesses to say, well, actually, yeah, we do have this negative impact on our business as well as loads of these positive ones. And we as a business are going to be committed to reducing that negative impact year on year. And that's really what this kind of approach is about. And aligning by reducing those negative impacts, where can we also find these kind of quick wins that benefit the business? Can we reduce CO2 and reduce our costs, but not at the cost or the quality of the product that we offer? Going on and stressing on a bit more about that previous point about how we don't own the environment, without kind of going on and on about it. But I think it's obviously pretty obvious that if we destroy it, it's going to have an impact on travel as a whole. And I think as a community, we all have to kind of take a bit more of a care. And it's not just businesses. I think I've talked to some really interesting people and CEOs of some major businesses recently who have mentioned how actually them as a business, all the employees are within it, everyone is super behind impacting the climate in a positive way, but actually it's the consumers that they feel are damaging in terms of when it comes to littering or pollution, and what can they do to what can they do as a business when it's actually just the consumers that are just acting poorly when they travel. But actually I think that again there's so much opportunity there to see how as a business we can influence the consumer behavior by being really smart in the way we word things or present things, and getting them on board as part of our kind of communities to get them to behave in a way that benefits hopefully their experience, but also benefit the kind of environment and other things that we care about in terms of our future business success. And then in terms of just examples about why we should do it. I mean, obviously, the more amazing you look after your environments, the more it will stand out in the kind of Instagram age. I think we see this kind of rise of over tourism. I think it's partly down to this idea of how good Instagram is at selling places. These things look amazing and people want to go to the best beach or the top 10 mountain trek or whatever it may be. But the more we protect it, the more it's going to do well from the sales point of view. And then from the opposite side of the scale, if we don't look after it, we maybe have our hand forced a little bit from kind of government intervention. If we look at Maya Bay in Thailand, the famous destination where they film the beach, they had to close it recently for a year, I think maybe 2 years. It may even be closed now. Actually, I'm not even sure. But they just said straight away, we're going to close it. No more tourists can come and visit this bay. The business here that rely on selling tourists on this particular experience, they're going to have to stop. And the reason for doing that was purely to kind of protect the environment so that it's still there in 10 and 20 years, and they can have a tourism industry based on that place and a long-term approach rather than just looking at those short-term gains. But we as a business all seem to have to think about, well, actually, if we don't look after it, we may have things forced upon us that we don't like. And there's a similar situation going on in the Komodo Islands as well, where kind of local small suppliers are trying to force the government not to kind of raise the national fees up to kind of thousands of dollars per national fee ticket because of the short-term negative impacts they have. But then the government is saying, well, if we leave things the way they are, this product is not going to be the same quality as it was in a few years' time, and we're going to destroy this natural habitat. And then when we look at that kind of the people sphere, to be honest, as an industry, I think we're already quite good at this. So we should be pretty pleased about ourselves, but there's so much more we could be doing. By incorporating kind of technology, even something as simple as Zoom, what we're talking on today, we can have a more transparent, more direct, and hopefully more kind of impactful supply chains. There's like a massive opportunity here to reduce our costs with leaner supply chains that will really kind of benefit local people and economies of the very places we visit. We take the kind of really quite kind of what you might look now as slightly kind of old school approach, where we have like the travel agent who then books the trip to the tour operator, then it goes to the kind of the international DMC, then it goes to the national DMC, and then it might go to a local service provider in a small village outside. There are so many people in this supply chain, it's a little bit crazy. And how can we make that supply chain leaner and more positive for the people who are actually delivering the good that you've purchased for your consumer? How can we make sure that these supply chains can get leaner and more direct and hopefully more impactful on the very places that our consumers go and visit and witness, and that should have all these positive impacts as well that go along with it, as well as just becoming cheaper for yourself. But then there's also other things like by focusing more on people, you have other benefits like your staff. Companies with purpose are often at the kind of front line of hiring the latest and the best talent out there. people want to be proud of the work that they're doing, and working for businesses who have a purpose on some of these topics. And if I could challenge everyone and listening today to kind of ask themselves this question, is that if your business grew by 100% year on year, I'm sure you would be happy, but would everyone be happy? I mean, I'm not talking about competitors, I'm sure they won't be, but I'm talking about maybe your suppliers or local communities that you visit, or maybe even some of your employees. Would they be happy if you have twice the number of customers going to visit that place next year? Or would you, if you grew by 100%, is everyone in line? And that's some of the things that I come across on some of the projects where you've got a super motivated business and a super motivated team to hit these targets. They're really smart, but they're coming across these kind of small roadblocks of other stakeholders who aren't fully motivated behind their mission of growth or hitting certain targets, because their thoughts and their process haven't been brought in to get buy-in from that mission of what that business is trying to achieve, because potentially that growth doesn't benefit them at the moment. So we have to kind of make changes in the business to make sure that our kind of growth and finance targets align with creating better lives for all our stakeholders, basically. And then the kind of last point I wanted to kind of raise was this idea that I know it's quite wishy-washy to talk about kind of people and the planet, and we should all be doing this, and we all kind of know this already, but kind of trying to make these KPIs on this subject is often quite hard. To try and make a particularly like a planet KPI. What does that even mean? We all know some of our trips may emit carbon dioxide, but then how the hell do you even measure that? I've got no idea how much carbon dioxide my trip does. So how the hell can I even start to think about improving it or reducing it year on year? But that's what I kind of want to stress, is that actually, obviously it's kind of what I do as a business, but even through me or through someone else, it's nowhere near as hard as people think to kind of start making these once were quite qualitative pieces of feedback into scoring systems or KPIs, whether it is CO2 emissions per customer or percentage of the kind of costs going to local communities, or kilograms of waste per customer that's produced. All of these things we can start creating a score by not too much work. And then once we've got that scoring system and it's super black and white in front of us, we've all got the team and the brains behind working out how can we reduce these numbers to benefit us as a business, as well as benefit the customer and hopefully the other kind of stakeholders involved in the business. And another thing, I keep going, but another thing I wanted to kind of stress is this idea of feedback as well. I think this is a massive opportunity we have for feedback. I think we do a pretty poor job of it, if I'm being honest, as a whole industry. You sell someone up to maybe a 1,000 or 10,000 trip holiday or whatever it may be, or even if it's like £100 experience, and you ask them how it was based on an automated email that says rate it out of 5 stars, and they kind of give you a reply and it's 4 stars. It's great in terms of just as a very top level, do we know it was good or bad? Do they enjoy it? Are they likely to come back and tell their friends or so on? But it doesn't really give us much information in terms of what can I change in my product to make it better next year? What can I really change there in terms of like changing one of the small ingredients that go in that can really make the experience better for the customer? But what can I change in there or take out, or what can I add to it that's also going to make this product benefit the people that it's impacted on, but also the planet. And that's where I think there's a massive opportunity to start working a bit more like some of the massive tech companies out there that are kind of going on this kind of path of global domination. They're just so kind of feedback based, and they get so much smarter feedback than we're currently getting at the moment, which I think is super interesting. And they've got ways to, if we can get ways to kind of implement that in our own system, I think we'll be helping us all achieve some of these bigger goals that we all want to achieve. And then the last point is obviously just something you all know again, but this idea that when people come home and talk about the best bit of their trip, it's always something to do with people or planet. It's always about this amazing beach we went to, this amazing jungle we went trekking through, or these amazing random people that we met at a kind of a cooking class or whatever it may be. those are the highlights people talk about. So we need to focus a bit more on those particular moments that people really want to talk about, as well as share, and then kind of get the people talking about it. And then moving on to the main one, the big thing why we're all here really is that profit. So I often hear sustainability used in all sorts of things, used in completely the wrong contexts for businesses to make it hit their own agenda. Unfortunately, it is a bit of a wishy-washy word that is completely overused, not just in tourism, but every single industry at the world. The UN recently came up with this idea of the kind of sustainable development goals, these kind of big targets we should all be hitting as a global population, not just as a business, but as a government and as consumers as well. And they could only manage to kind of narrow them down to 17. So it kind of shows what a kind of great big encompassing word sustainability is and how kind of vague it can be. But for me, my kind of understanding of it is it's all about kind of efficiency. How can we squeeze every single juice out of the resources that we have and that we purchase as a business to get every single bit of satisfaction and enjoyment and efficiency out of that resource, and the less resources we use to create value for the customer, the better it's going to be for everyone involved. And that's actually, I won't go on to that now, but there's obviously a big case about how we can use the kind of 17 UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, to kind of help us on this journey of going towards the triple bottom line framework. I think people need to stop thinking about sustainability as, or not necessarily stop thinking about it, but kind of having a slightly different approach to sustainability, where it's not just about an eco hotel in Costa Rica, or I don't know, a reusable water bottle that they sometimes give on trips and saying, oh, we're sustainable, we do that. Or as I say, we don't do plastic straws, we're sustainable. I think a lot of these businesses are slightly kind of missing a trick here when they think of sustainability. And they're not really seeing about how sustainability can be incorporated to just what they do, what their products are. There are some awesome businesses out there and other industries altogether. You've got like Unilever or Whole Foods who just embrace it as part of their business model and have financial rewards that are huge, and something that we should all be looking at. Is when we start to think about how we can make our own products more sustainable that benefit the customer rather than then we know we're kind of onto a winner. So it's this idea of the kind of me aspect of sustainability. As a consumer, how does this sustainable product benefit me? So you could take that reusable plastic, not plastic bottle, but that reusable water bottle and say, well, it benefits you. It's going to cost you £20 a day, but it means you're never going to have to buy another plastic water bottle again, on the assumption you always have it again. So there's a financial reward. Pretty wishy-washy, and there are probably good arguments for and against, but that's the kind of way we should be thinking. How does it benefit you? I've seen far less of conscious consumers who are willing to pay more for a sustainable product, but to be honest, it's not the main market. Most people get what they feel is the cheapest product for them, and if there's a more sustainable option that's more expensive, the majority of people are going to go for the cheaper option, and I'm certainly guilty of that myself. But this is where businesses need to think. It's about how can I make my product more sustainable that purely benefits the customer. We could look at one extreme side of the scale, like Patagonia, who makes jackets, and they say if you buy a jacket from us, it's going to be quite expensive, but it's a jacket for life. You never have to buy it again, and even if it breaks, we'll come in and we'll fix it for free. I'm not saying we have to go that far, but it's about how can we use some of the sustainable innovations that are going on today to make our products potentially cheaper for the customer or more efficient, and as I say, getting more kind of juice out of our resources to provide more value to the customers. I think there's a really cool opportunity here to just basically be more efficient in what we do. There's obviously a marketing reason behind it. It's great for the brand to kind of present yourself as a sustainable brand, or say we are a brand purely with a social mission to do amazing holidays that don't damage the planet or whatever it may be. But there's also this huge side area that people aren't really focusing on about how can we make our operations more efficient by using these sustainable practices, and kind of getting the consumer involved as part of that as well. The focus needs to go away from how we spend money, whether it's kind of 5% of profits go to charities, or how much money do we have to give to the sustainability team to kind of make it more sustainable. It should be about how we earn money, how we make the money from sustainable areas. And that, with that, kind of coming to an end, and trying to summarize about why I think all travel businesses should be committed to people, planet, and profits. What I talked about was how, by focusing on areas that we do not normally put in our top priority list, sustainability often gets dropped to the bottom of the to-do list because of the whirlwind of day-to-day chaos. But by pushing that up the kind of to-do list, you have this big impact, not just on the brand, but also the business. We need to start measuring the kind of positive as well as the kind of negative impacts our business makes just from the day-to-day operations, so we can start to kind of manage them and set ourselves goals of kind of 10% improvement year on year. And that's what I find really exciting on the work that I do and I've done on previous projects, is by setting those targets on things that aren't necessarily obvious at first thought about how they were going to benefit the business or the costs. By focusing on reducing the CO2 or focusing on reducing sort of people KPI, the kind of knock-on and side effects are all linked to profit, and it has these amazing knock-on benefits for all kind of stakeholders involved, which is super exciting.
Right.
We're not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your thoughts.
No, I was just going to leave with one last thing.
Right.
I just love it if people kind of leave who've been listening today, and thank you very much for listening. But I'd love it if they can just leave today and think about what their kind of personal biggest negative impact that they think their business may have. They may have a wonderful business and they don't have any, but if they do, I'd love them to think about what their biggest one is, and kind of challenge themselves to think about one. What kind of KPI would I put behind that, out of, like, you know, per customer or per annum? What's the size of it? And then how can I reduce that year on year without coming at a cost to the consumer, but actually benefiting the businesses? But yeah, thank you so much for listening. That's it.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you for an interesting talk. Look, delving into the, as you say, the practicalities of this a little bit. I think, you know, theoretically and where you are, you're pushing at an open door, but it would be great to dig into some of the practicalities. And actually, to open up, I'm going to start with a question that's come up on the Q&A from our host, Jan, who says, Charlie, improve profits and reduce the ecological footprint, all good, but how? Assuming we are a hotelier or own a tour operator, how do we start? Is there an audit procedure with at least some standard questions and steps? So if you could give us some advice on the practical subject, that would be great. Yeah,
absolutely. A great question. So the first thing is a bit annoying. There's a no one size fits all method, and unfortunately there has to be a KPI that works for your business. Some businesses, based on their model, might want to focus more on CO2 emissions if they're a tour operator and they do trips from the UK to Australia. But if it's a hotel based in the Serengeti, they might not be too worried about CO2 emissions. They might be more focused on conservation and protecting the natural land that they sit upon. So what we first kind of do is be a little bit ruthless when it comes to sustainability. We say, look, we agree with all the kind of everything around sustainability. We've got all these different areas that we should all be making an impact on. But can you pick one particular area of sustainability, whether it's the climate crisis and focusing on CO2, or protecting local communities that you sit upon and helping their well-being, or it might be about education, or it might be about waste, and sit down and think, well, actually what's really useful is if you go on the UN SDG website and look at all the 17, it kind of gives a clear list and breaks them down. But if I challenge you to kind of pick one or two of those and say which one really appeals to me just as a CEO or a founder, but also my employees. There's obviously an element as well as what was going to resonate with my consumer and do well for my brand. But which of those SDGs do I really want to have an impact on? And then by collecting your performance on that SDG, so if it is about climate change, you really do have to kind of focus on CO2 emissions per customer. But there might be something you have to be a bit more creative on. You might own a restaurant and it'd be about kilograms of food waste per day, or something along those kind of lines. You do have to start measuring it, and there is a certain element of that kind of boring audit that has to be done in order to get this up and running. And everyone always kind of like sighs and goes, "Oh God," and no one wants to do an audit, especially if it involves getting suppliers and other people involved and stuff like that. No one wants to fill out a boring survey. But of all the work that we've done previously, there's always so many interesting results that have come on board, and everyone is always super behind it, and it always helps build a kind of community between all those kind of stakeholders. And then you'll be amazed about what these, if you're asking the right questions, what comes up in these replies. So yeah, I'm sorry, it's a bit of a rubbish answer, and I can't give you one or two real quick actions to leave today that are really going to tick both of those boxes in terms of make you more profitable and reduce your carbon footprint, because it really does depend.
If we focus, Charlie, on the, for example, on the CO2 emissions.
Yeah.
Let's take that as a starting point. I'm a CEO. I've gone through the 17 sustainable goals and said, right, you know, this is the one for me. How easy is it for me as a business leader to measure this? And how accurate is that measuring?
Oh, well, that's a very good question, and that's one that's like a hotly debated one in the industry and in the kind of carbon industry. So firstly, it's a lot easier for you to measure than you expect. A hotel is fairly easy because you've just got this one product. Ideally, you've got this one building, and you've got hotels, and you've got your energy bills that go in, the amount of electricity you use, the amount of gas or petrol or diesel you might use, and you have that all under your control. A tour operator for CO2 emissions is a little bit more difficult because you've got all these different factors. You've got your flight, you've got your transport from the airport to the hotel, you then got the hotel, and then all these different ingredients. But by asking key questions, you can collect pretty accurate results very, very quickly without getting really kind of stuck in the weeds. I think in terms of like making it real, I think if you just answered a kind of 10-minute questionnaire, you'd be able to get some pretty serious results for each of those ingredients pretty quickly, which would also be fairly accurate. Just to be completely honest and open about it, the results aren't going to be 100% accurate. There's no way. People are debating it at the moment about like the kind of what is the carbon footprint of a burger, let alone a 2-week holiday to South Africa. You're never going to get 100% accurate.
Okay, so what eCollective would do as a business is you'd come to me as a hotelier, or you'd come to me, and as a hotelier, I would fill in that audit and give it to you, and then you would measure my footprint for me. Is that the way it works?
Yeah, a little bit. We'd set up a KPI for you, so you can see as a business this year, next year, or 10 years time what it is in terms of your carbon footprint per hotel room, let's say. But what's interesting is when you get a bit more forensically into the detail, is you can see what resources you're putting into what fuel you're burning that's creating that CO2 score. And which ones of those come at a great cost to you as a hotel business, or don't provide actually that much value to the customer. And that's what I do as a business, is I focus on those things we can change in that scoring system. So as a hotel, you're going to be obviously providing electricity and water and heating and all these different things, but there are going to be areas where you can be more efficient, and there are certainly ways we can get those bills down by adapting it for more sustainable technologies, or by just challenging what's been quite an outdated now view of what luxury tourism may be. I know this is quite an extreme example, but I've been lucky enough to work with some awesome kind of African safari lodges that are super uber luxury, like you can't believe how much they're charging, but they're just super simple, and they're kind of trying to turn the kind of idea of luxury on its head and say, well, actually luxury doesn't need to mean private jacuzzis in every room, full on the latest air conditioning, Australian steak shipped over from into Kenya. It's about they're being a bit more creative and how they kind of provide a luxury experience for the customer by reducing their bills, but not coming at the cost of the customer. Now, they obviously still do things like if it's unbelievably hot and sweaty and there's no other alternative, they still have aircon, because if they don't have it, it's not going to be good for experience for the customer. But if there are those options where we can turn something off or cut the cost there, that doesn't come at the customer expense and also saves us our bills, it's a win-win for everyone involved, and that's what we really focus on.
Well, interestingly enough, the first thing my wife does when she walks into a hotel room is always turn the AC off, because she finds it dreadful. But that's on both counts. But to that a little bit more, Charlie, and you talked quite a lot about the operational benefits of sustainability. If I tell you and I'm coming to you, I say I'm skeptical, what kind of savings can I make by undergoing a sustainability audit?
Well, to be honest, it's not going to make you a millionaire overnight. I don't want to like sell you a misplaced dream. The businesses that we work with before, we look and challenge ourselves as, I mean, me as a business, our kind of social aim is we make businesses more profitable by making them more sustainable. So on every project we work on, we have a goal of saving your cost, but we don't put a percentage next to it, because it does dependent on that business. But we'd always look to have around somewhere between 5 to 10%, depending on the nature of the business. And actually, rather confusingly, I always have like people or colleagues telling me like, oh, there's this great business we should go and work for. There's this super duper eco lodge based out in the outback of Australia or something like that. To be honest with you, I don't really like working with them, because they're already doing an amazing job. And actually those kind of that opportunity to save costs is a lot smaller than perhaps businesses who haven't done this approach before. These kind of the eco lodges of the world out there, or the amazing responsible tour operators out there who already been doing this for ages, their kind of marginal gains of potential savings are not so big. But the ones who have just been doing business as usual for the last 20 years, or have always meant to do something like this but never have, their potential areas for savings are pretty exciting, actually, and certainly case to get everyone in terms of the whole kind of stakeholders super excited and looking. And
you mentioned, you referenced luxury a few times. Is what you're talking about mainly confined to the luxury sector, or does it straddle the whole industry? If I'm a budget hotelier, and but the whole budget hotel sector has grown immeasurably in airlines and hotels throughout the last 20 years. Are there sustainability opportunities here too?
Yeah, absolutely. I think firstly, this approach applies to everyone, no matter what your business is. The idea that we can all be doing better year on year, I think, applies to everyone when it comes to profit. Everyone wants to be making more money than they made the last year. But also, we all know we can be doing better on these other areas in terms of planet and people. When it comes to kind of that kind of environmental or people impacts for kind of budget companies, they often say we don't have the budget, we don't have the kind of spend to have these massive impacts. But you look at companies like Intrepid, for example, or G Adventures, they're pretty much at the low end of tour operators. Their trips are fairly low. They'll call them high value, but they're low cost. But they're doing amazing work. Intrepid are doing amazing work in terms of calculating their own CO2 scores on every single trip, and then they're actually deciding to go, but they've been carbon neutral for several years, and aiming to reduce the carbon footprint of every single trip, and they feel they can do that on very low budgets. The idea is simple: the less fuel you burn, the less your CO2s are, and the less your costs are. So it really works well for them. Airlines are the same. The more efficient airline you have, the less fuel you use, the cheaper your tickets will be, the more competitive you'd be. GE Adventures aren't focusing on CO2, they focus on percentage of their costs that go to local suppliers, local operations. So the less middlemen in their supply chain means the more efficient they'll be, the cheaper they'll be. I think luxury almost has a slightly different problem. I think if you look at the kind of average CO2 score per room for a 3-star hotel compared to a 5-star hotel, the 5-star hotel is going to blow them out of the water. Luxury is this idea that you've got everything switched on. You've got these kind of super duper pools, you've got these massive rooms with aircon, all the works, everything, fridge. I mean, any hotel's got that, but you know what I mean. But they've got this awesome opportunity where you've got hotels like Soneva or the Brando in terms of implementing and bringing their customers on a journey. I think I was looking at the Brando yesterday. It's quite extreme. They have like people like Obama stay there, and they're located in the middle of the Pacific somewhere. I don't even know where it is, but they use it as a kind of brand piece to say, well, look, we're a hotel, we're not perfect, but we've got this amazing opportunity and we're in this amazing location in the middle of the Pacific, beautiful beach, beautiful coral, but we're going to use this as an opportunity to kind of educate our customers who come here about climate change and what the impacts we all have and how this is a massive issue that we all need to delve upon. So it doesn't necessarily have to be as simple as black and white as CO2 emissions per room and getting it down. A lot of businesses are seeing it more of a kind of a storytelling aspect to this kind of process. And
it is an incredible example, Charlie. I agree with you, and I sort of urge the audience to go and check out Brando's if you're not aware of it, because the story behind it and the storytelling is incredible. We're drawing to a close. I want to get in a couple of questions before we close. Again, there's another one from Jan here saying, Charlie, in what range are the ROIs on your projects roughly?
Great question. We set ourselves a target of getting an immediate return on investment for our projects we work on, so year one straight away. But what I'd like to see change in the industry, and I never like to kind of say someone else is doing something badly, because I don't want to be that kind of be negative on the industry. But when you look at other ways of becoming sustainable, such as certification companies that are going to charge you a yearly fee and say, well, you got to hit 70% of the tick boxes on this 160-page checklist, and we're going to charge you a yearly fee to do that, and all you have to do is just hit that 70%. What we do is give businesses the tools to say, look, we're going to come in this month, but actually we're going to leave the next month, and we're never going to come back again, because we're going to leave you with all the tools that you need to measure this yourself. I'm never really a fan too much of consultancies coming in saying you should do this, you should do that, you should do that. No one knows the business, your business, better than you do, and what makes your customers happy and what you need to do to make that happen. You're the one paying all those bills. You already have a pretty good idea of why you pay them. What we do as a business is try and make that super see-through in terms of, well, actually, this particular bill that you have here provides your customer this amount of joy, and it has this environmental impact. And then we can change this bill for something else that's going to have a much bigger value and a much smaller environmental impact. So it's changing those like-for-like ones. So we aim to have immediate response, but what I'm really excited about is that kind of long-term return on investment, and then kind of empowering teams to kind of reward for the more work they put into it, really. So we don't take a cut based on the amount of impacts that we have, because they can be pretty massive. But we look to have, in answer to the question, we aim to do around 5% year on year. So depending on how many years you go on for, and the size of your business, it goes on and on and on. But the cost that we work with is just a flat out fee from year one.
So you look at a 5% OPEX benefit year on year in working with you.
Something so forth. I mean, we have that discussion, obviously, the first kind of meeting we have, and we're often honest about your business and your business model and where we can see impact and what that's going to be. I never want to work on a project where we feel we can't add too much value, because there's so many other businesses we could be working with. But something around that kind of figure in terms of bringing, basically, the whole sales pitch is that becoming sustainable pays, and that's what we really focus on.
Look, I think it's important because, you know, every business has ground to a halt. On this call, I'm sure would like to rebuild in a sustainable manner. Entrepreneurs will also say, well, you know, what's in it for me? Is this going to cost me an arm and a leg? And if you can evangelize the message of, hey, not only can you get your branding right and do some good for the world, but you can also save yourself some money, and the capex on this won't be massive. That's a powerful message to get across.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a super exciting one as well. It doesn't just have to be in travel, it can be in any industry. But it's, I mean, I think firstly, I'm super lucky that actually everyone who I've worked with today and talked to in the industry are super behind it already. It's just about making it easy for them to make these changes.
And one last question, Charlie, from me. Where do you stand on carbon offsetting?
That's a really good one. I changed my mind a few times. Overall, it should be in no one's long-term plan to carbon offsets. No one should be doing it as a long-term plan. If everyone's first plan should be to reduce your own carbon footprint as a business year on year to zero, that should be everyone's goal. Now,
if I'm a tour operator, let's say I'm a tour operator,
yeah.
I think I can work with carbon neutral hotels, but I know my airline portion won't be, I'll never be able to get that to zero. Surely some kind of package where you work with them both can actually is better than nothing, effectively.
That's exactly where I stand as well. Some people are against them because they think it's gonna it provides people this idea of guilt-free holidays and so forth. But as long as you're firstly measuring, and it's a bit like a self-imposed tax. You as a business don't want to have to pay for carbon offsets. So year on year, you want to reduce the amount you spend as a business on carbon offsets to call yourself carbon neutral. And as long as you're doing that by making your business less carbon intensive, the better. So I do agree. I think it's a good short-term solution, because in order to carbon offset, firstly, you have to measure your carbon footprint, which many people don't do already. And then by measuring it, you just start to see these amazing quick wins of, well, actually, why the hell are we including that in our itinerary? It's super carbon intensive and I don't even enjoy it. So let's get rid of that. And then, yeah, and then you've got that potentially that marketing angle to come out and say I'm carbon neutral.
Well, Charlie, I think we're drawing to a close. Again, I want to thank you so much for an interesting presentation and a nice Q&A. Thanks again for listening with the E-Collective business.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks so much for your time, and appreciate everyone listening.
All right, thank you to our audience there too, and have a great day.
Spinning Globe, Gary Jacobs and Nigel Fell. During the last days, we have had several sessions on technology and how technology can improve the way we work. Now we get an example of that. Fam trips plays an important role in the travel industry, and Spinning Globe is set up to revolutionize the way fam trips are used and produced. I think the first time I spoke to Gary and Nigel is about 1.5 years ago. Both Spinning Globe and BUZZ, at that time called World Travel Nation, were still a bit in the development. Since that, a lot have changed for both sides, and Spinning Globe is now set up and ready to run. Welcome very much, Gary Jacobs and Nigel Fell. Nigel has held senior positions in the UK travel industry for about 35 years. Many board positions. He knows the travel industry inside out. Gary comes from the advertising side. He launched Fox Kalomaski in '95, and his focus is on communication. So we have the ideal combination of travel and communication. Welcome. I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Jan. And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. So I'm Gary Jacobs. I'm founder of Spinning Globe, and Nigel is my cohort as our Chief Commercial Officer. I think let's go straight for screen sharing, please. Okay, so the essence of our conversation today, or discussion, which can be a debate as much as anything else, is how can travel and tourism sales training and education be delivered more effectively? If I was a bit bolder, I would have put a slide up saying, is revolution better than evolution in driving sales through effective sales training? So that's a discussion. Our thesis is all really about how sales training can actually drive engagement, drive return on investment for the travel industry, whether that's a destination or a travel agent tour operator selling day by day. So we'll go through these slides. It'll take us 20 minutes, and ideally we'll have a conversation at the end of it. But we've created what we term as a sales training vision for the frontline travel industry. Very careful to say this is not necessarily our vision. This is a vision that we want to see for the industry. And one of the key things that central plank of our conversation is about continual professional development. Rather than just doing training for training's sake, trying to make the travel industry or help the travel industry to be more professional, so that when it comes to having the engagement with consumers, a travel agent tour operator is seen as a value proposition for anybody buying holidays. So I'm going to take you through one by one how we build up this vision. Firstly, and this is, Nigel's going to take us through some research in a minute about how we've got to where we are, but we know that we have to deliver effective, affordable, and accountable sales training. If it's not delivering a return on investment, then it won't be done. And actually getting the travel industry to do training is actually quite difficult. And they want it presented in a different way. For tourist boards destinations, it's all about providing an increase in arrivals from the right type of visitor. It's no longer any good just to drive the numbers. You've got to drive the right sort of people. We'll talk about distribution around the regions, about driving value, the value proposition for a destination in terms of creating jobs and education and value, increasing GDP for the region. It's not just about selling holidays. It's about the value for the destination, how it can become richer in terms of its attraction to tourists in the first place. And the whole thing about dispersal around a destination, you know, we've heard the adage of we know the things we know what we don't know, but we don't know what we don't know. So how can we help the industry, whether you're a destination or whether you're an agent, to actually learn about the things that we didn't even know existed? And how can we then overlay those with our consumers and understand what sort of experience they want, whether they want to swim with pigs, or they want to dive in blue holes, or they want fantastic cultural experiences in the middle of the Czech Republic. What can we do to help them actually discover those things? And this leads us on to the issue of over-tourism. And we've seen it time and time again worldwide. By actually distributing people around a region, you're actually dealing with the over-tourism issue, and you're moving money into different parts of a destination. And that all helps to increase the lengths of stay, of sales of products and bed nights. And all of this drives value for destinations, but ultimately for the travel industry itself. If you can sell more, you increase profitability. And for the agents themselves, they start to increase their commission level. So training for us is fundamental about actually driving value, giving a return on investment, and making sure that you've got something to sell rather than something just fills your brain. And ultimately, it's all about increasing loyalty for the agent and for their clients. If you build that whole essence of we've got something of value, whether you're selling a holiday or whether you're selling a destination, we want people to come back time and time again. We want to increase footfall through a shop door or online and into the destination itself. So just a summary of that, it is about delivering effective, affordable and accountable sales training, which provides an increase in arrivals from the right type of visitor that will spend money, the right sort of people coming. So it's not just about somebody arriving in a hotel, staying in the hotel, not moving away from the pool. They'll actually get out and they'll visit the area and actually drive the economy, which leads to greater dispersal about the destination, helping with over tourism, and again, increasing the loyalty for agents and their clients. So it led us to the question, is current destination and tourism product training effective for all stakeholders, whether you're an airline, whether you're a hotel, whether you're a country, whether you're a cruise operator, whatever it may be, is it really driving value? So Nigel's just going to take us through some of the training, some of the research that we did to arrive at where we are today.
Thank you, Gary, and hello, everybody. Yeah, so we decided to, rather than assume we knew what travel agents, tour operators, tourism board stakeholders like tourist boards, airlines, hoteliers, and tourism product providers, we asked them. It took us 2 years. We spoke to hundreds of individuals and many destinations, tourism boards and organizations providing those products and services, and said, we know what you've got. What would you actually like? Starting with a blank piece of paper. Next slide, please, Gary. The response was really very interesting. If we take the travel agents and tour operators first, without any shadow of a doubt, every single one of them said, the thing that we really want more of are fam trips. Now, fam trips are wonderful, we all know that, but they also have a great deal of expense attached to them. One very well-known tourism board in Southeast Asia runs approximately 10 fam trips a year from the UK. There are roughly 8 to 10 people on each of those fam trips, and they cost roughly £1,000 per person. So we're talking about £100,000 to get 100 top-selling travel agents or tour operators into that destination. That means there are tens of thousands of individual travel agent, tour operator, frontline staff, salespeople, and product people who very rarely get to go on a fam trip, but it's what they all want. Next slide, please, Gary. You know, fam trips is the number one. What else came up, and in what order did they come in? So, number two, no surprise to us really, came in-house training. But you're only really going to conduct in-house training if you are providing significant volume for that product. So an airline will only go into your offices and train your staff if you do a lot of revenue with that particular airline. So very few in-house frontline selling staff from Mar and Par agencies up and down the UK actually get to see someone in-house doing any training. And they can be quite expensive. Third came roadshows. Again, a great tool for tourism boards and tourism products to use, traveling around the country at set cities and venues, inviting people to come along. And they're a great way, if you don't get in-house training, to at least learn something about the product or destination. Now, this is a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek. The research that we took actually happened before the COVID-19 breakout. Now, as we all know, webinars have been a lifeline for virtually the entire industry in the last couple of months. But for travel agents and tour operators, webinar training wasn't deemed as effective. Why? Because they could log in, switch off, and walk away very easily. It wasn't very accountable. So they decided that it wasn't particularly high in their ranking of how they want to be trained. But this was a real surprise for us. The current e-learning platforms that are used came fifth and last. And the reason that was, I guess, disappointing in a way. I've worked in e-learning for quite a while myself, and it's an institution, and it's been going for about over 15 years. But for agents to say they didn't like it or didn't engage with it, or it wasn't particularly effective, was a real surprise. So next slide, please, Gary. Okay, so if found trips are the holy grail of travel, what can be done to replicate it for the many, not just the few? Now, let me go into a couple of statistics for you, which aren't on the slide, but will be available later. We asked the travel agents, what, again, blank piece of paper, what would you prefer to see? 88% of them said, we would like to see a greater use of imagery. Show me the destination, show me what I'm going to be selling my customer. I don't particularly need or want to read about it. I don't have much time, but show me the experience. 83% said, if you're going to show me text, can you please just make it bullet point or unique selling points? 100% of agents said, if you can't get me on a VFAM, can we do something that's like a VFAM? And another important thing, they told us, please don't make it lengthy. There are training platforms out there that can take hours, days, if not weeks to achieve. They don't have the time. They told us they really only have about 15 to 30 minutes a day. So if you're going to give them something, can you make it bite-sized so everyone can get access to it and benefit from it?
Thank you, Nigel. So ultimately, basically, that's bringing us down to 4 pillars. So we know that for the travel industry, it's got to be cost effective. So it's cost effective for a tourist board or a destination to actually put their content in the site to actually engage with the travel industry. Getting a return on investment is fundamental for every pound spent. For the travel trade itself, cost effective is about their time that they're going to be spending on it. The more immersive, the more engaging the actual content, the more times they're going to keep coming back to do the training. And the flexibility. Nigel just talked about some agents would say, I want 5 minutes. If I've been in the industry for 20 years, can you tell me something new in 5 minutes that I didn't know before that I can then go on and sell to my customers? Whereas if I'm a newbie into the industry, I might be happy to sit there for half an hour learning about new destinations. So it's that flexibility of, can I be in and out within 5? Is it 10, 15, 20, whatever it may be? But don't ask me to sit down for more than half an hour because I'm a busy person. So it led us on to look at the way current training is actually delivered and how people are engaged with to actually get them to do the training. We understood and very, very clear that agents and operators expect to be incentivized to complete standard online training modules. And generally that comes in the form of, you do this module on training, we'll put you into a free prize draw to go on a real fam trip. And again, you're probably going to get, I know, a 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 chance of actually getting onto that fam trip. Or we'll give you a Marks and Spencer's voucher or some sort of financial incentive to do the training. That to me is counterintuitive, which goes back to the whole thing of continual professional development potentially is a better way forward. So the question then is, how can the rewards be more beneficial for all concerned? And that is for the destinations as well as the individuals doing the training. We know in any business, it doesn't matter what field you're in, if you have satisfied clients, you're going to get a greater customer retention. They're going to come back to you time and time again because they had a good experience. The better experience, the more engagement you have, the more times they're going to buy through you, the higher your sales, the higher your profit, and the higher the commission for the trade themselves. And this is where we understand and see that the value of what we're trying to achieve is delivering a return on investment through money, through profitability, through higher commissions, rather than do the training and get a reward. That in turn for the destinations increases the health and the wealth of the local communities. We talk about distributing funds throughout the destination, increasing the benefit to the industry, to the country, the gross domestic product, and so on. And so there's value, it's a win-win for the whole industry. And again, banging on about the continual professional development for the travel trade, you see it in virtually every other industry, whether you're in legal or whether you're in law, in accountancy. Continual professional development is embedded into the infrastructure of that sector. We want to see how, or ask the question, how can CPD work more effectively in the travel trade? So we ask the question, what would change look like? Nigel?
Thank you, Gary. Next slide, please. Okay, we sat down with a large number of tourism boards over the course of that 2 years and said, we understand what travel agents and tour operators want. What is it that you and your stakeholders need? What is going to tick the boxes for your government? What's going to tick the boxes for your regions, for your cities, and for your local communities? Your local tourism products, airlines that may fly into your country, and all other tourism service and product providers, hotels, ground transfer companies, you name it. So it was quite a substantive piece of research. So we started off talking to tourist boards with the following in mind. Next slide, please, Gary. Imagine you are a country. We've picked South Africa as an example, but let's assume we're talking to some tourist boards here, or we're talking to tourism product providers. You may offer a touring product yourself, people we're talking to today. You may be a DMC, a DMO, a tour operator selling products in markets. So this really is for you. Imagine you are a country like South Africa. Place your own country where you're from in that central piece. Now imagine all the different areas and regions and provinces that you have in your country. Once you've done that, in this particular example, it's in places like Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and so on and so on. Now take the market segments that you sell your clients holidays to do. And by that, I mean, does your destination sell weddings and honeymoons? Does it do mice markets? Is it a gastronomy place? Do you do wine tasting, wine tours? Have you got city and beach holidays you can offer? Are it soft or hard adventure? Do you do music in your destination? Do you offer sport? So you maybe have golf or swimming or sailing. What about wellness and luxury? How about shopping breaks? So we've just put on the screen a very few of the different types of activities we know consumers want and we know destinations are eager to sell. Now, as Gary flicks through this for me, you just add on the things that each particular region or segment of that country is well known for. You can soon see the opportunity that creating something like a virtual fam trip will deliver for your country. There's a no limit to the amount of content that you can have on a virtual fam trip. So you could have luxury and wellness fam trips to the Northern Cape. You can have city beach fam trips by offering 2 different regions. You can do a fly drive holiday based around gastronomy and wine tasting. So there really is no end and no limit to the sheer amount of different types of products and services, but more importantly, market segments that you can have through a virtual fam trip platform. One last thing to touch on before we move forward to the next slide. It is absolutely imperative that when travelers go to a destination, they start to become more aware of what there is to see and do outside of the major points. As Gary's mentioned before, we've all heard of over-tourism, and it's affected many places in the world and continued to do so until COVID. Those cities are breathing huge sighs of relief at the moment. If you are able to get people out into different regions, undeveloped regions, those local communities directly benefit financially, health and wealth of that local community. So it's very important when we look about the new moving travel and tourism through into a new era that everybody benefits. Gary.
Thank you, Nigel. So ultimately, I just want to go back to this for one quick second. The whole thing about frequency of training is that if a destination had, whether it's 5 VFAM trips or 100 VFAM trips, there's a reason to keep pulling back people back in the travel trade, keep coming back in and learning about that destination. Fresh destination information could go out weekly, could go out monthly, could go out quarterly. It could be done at any time of your desire. So our mission was to actually take virtual into reality. And we're here to talk about the thesis of how can we use continual professional development to help enhance the industry, help destinations and help the travel trade. And we'll just quickly just say, look, from our point of view, we've created a VFAM platform. It has the world on offer. It's growing literally day by day with more content, and it can be the amount of content that can go into the site is limitless. So whether you're a South Africa wanting to put in 100 VFAMs, or you're a Papua New Guinea wanting to do 2 or 3, it doesn't matter. It's all about strong visual imagery, about wanting to be there, to be able to look at it and feel it and taste it as if you were there in person. This is the Bahamas. And the platform, which is live, shows you exactly the sorts of destinations that are taking part in it. We know that the travel industry often needs help in terms of where places are located, and distances and times, and which airlines fly there. This is a Czech Republic one for a 5-day fam trip, but it can be as rich as I want to sit in that window on the world in Western Australia, or I want to find that new amazing ski destination in Canada. It can be as rich and diverse as you want it to be. So in the dying minutes, we are just to come back on this vision for the travel industry, and what we're trying to achieve is to deliver effective, affordable and accountable training that delivers a return on investment. We're looking to help to increase arrivals from the right type of visitor, to achieve greater dispersal throughout the destination, which helps with over-tourism, and increase the length of stay by finding and delivering more new things for the travel industry to sell about destinations, increasing product sales and bed nights. And that increases the loyalty of agents and their clients. And ultimately, our thesis comes back to how can we make sales training more engaging and more rewarding for the whole travel industry. Thank you. So you've got my name, Gary at spinningglobe.com, and Nigel at spinningglobe.com, but let's open it up. If we can stop screen sharing now. Thank you. So that is, in a nutshell, as I said at the very beginning, we're looking at revolution in terms of the way training works in sales training in the travel industry. Evolution has taken rather a long time to move it from where it's been for the last 10 or 15 years online into something new. So we're open if anybody would like to ask any questions. We have a few minutes left.
Perhaps I may, how does this, you have a platform, how does it work? Who produces the videos, the material? How does that work?
So the Spinning Globe Virtual Fan Platform, VFAN platform, is a SaaS model, software as a service, where we've created a platform for a global use. And it's the content of whether it's a tourist board, whether it's a hotel, whether it's an airline, cruise company, it's their content. We help to build a VFAN. It literally takes days. We could have a virtual fan trip live within 3 or 4 days of receiving content. And as I say, it's built on a Microsoft Azure platform, so it's scalable across the globe. It's being used in North America now, and in the UK. And it's the content of the destination. It's all about their content, not about our version of their content. We're giving them a platform to be able to distribute it.
And what's important, Jan, as well, is there's no prescriptive format here. Whatever type of content the destination wants to provide, whether it be high definition stills, walkthrough, 360 imagery, anything can be used on that platform. But what's important is the concept is a virtual fan. So we have day one is your journey to the destination. You're going to be flying on an aeroplane. So why not show them the inside of the aircraft? You work with the national carrier or with an airline who wants to sponsor the page, or who has an MOU with the respective destination. You can then show their product on the VFAN as if you were getting on the aircraft. You can look around it, sit in the seats, look at the meal service, in-flight entertainment. When you get to the destination you're arriving in, you then go to your hotel, which is what normally happens on a VFAN trip. So you can have a look around your hotel, have a wonderful look around the property, and that content obviously comes in from the hotel provider. Then you are into your fan trip proper. So you are going out and seeing, touching and tasting all the different things there are to see and do. And probably many you didn't even know you could do in that given destination, as you would do on a fam trip.
Okay. Gary, do you see the question?
Yeah. So the questions with e-learning, what's the best length of concentration span on average? And from the research that we carried out, a lot of, Nigel said this before, a lot of tourist boards put training together that lasts for hours and days and weeks and months. But the specific request was, give us bite-sized training. When we were talking with tour operators that are selling very, very expensive holidays, the guys don't want to spend time doing the training. They want to spend time on the phone selling. So they said, 5 minutes, just give me something that I can do in 5 minutes when I'm having a break, half an hour at the most. And so it really has to be, get me in, get me out, give me something that I can sell. And the basis of what we have is that a fam trip is an itinerary. A virtual fam trip is an itinerary that an agent can sell to a consumer. And in fact, we've actually had a tour operator come to us to say, can we white label this and use it to present itineraries to consumers? And we said, absolutely. If we're a tool for the travel trade to enhance their offer, and we can work in that way. The second question is, how do tourist boards search for professional tourism training? That's a good question. I think we've learned from, in my background, from advertising, working with destinations and tourist boards. Often people land in a country, a new head of marketing or director of a tourist board will land in the country and not know enough about how the media works and how the whole industry works in that local market. And so it's difficult. Nigel and I actually had a conversation with a chap, I think he was from the embassy from Brazil. He said, I spent 2 years in the UK and I wasted a year of that because I didn't know what I was doing. So where do I go for that sort of information? So I think there's a lot of organizations, there's ABTAs and there's ITTs and there's TOEs and so on. So there's plenty of people out there to help, but what we want to do is centralize the ability to help people learn faster.
I can add to that if you wish. If you are what I guess I would call a sophisticated tourism destination, like an Australia or a Canada, USA, most destinations in Europe, for example, they will have spent a significant amount of money doing an extraordinary amount of research by the markets they wish to attract. They will spend millions, if not hundreds of millions over the course of 5-10 years. So the sophisticated tourism boards usually know exactly which clients they want and where they're going to get them from, and employ the right people to do the right job. However, there are dozens and dozens of destinations that don't have that sort of budget. The budgets are very limited. Think of, say, sub-Saharan Africa or parts of Southeast Asia or Latin America, where they just don't have the sort of money available. And given what's happened in the last 3 or 4 months, there's going to be even less tourism dollars to spend. So it's important that if you are a tourist board of any shape and size, but particularly a smaller one, that you talk to the relevant associations in the markets you wish to attract. Talk to professionals like us, not just us, there are many of us out there like us doing very similar things, but it is important, depending on the tourism board you are from, there are different ways you go about securing that information about tourism training in particular.
I'm just going to actually type the answer as well, just in case anybody didn't pick it up in terms of the training.
Okay, I guess one question that I was asked before I came on air is it possible for just a city to have a VFAM or a region? And of course, the answer is absolutely yes. If you imagine cities like London, New York, Sydney, to name just a very, very small few, there are probably more things to do in a week, 2, even maybe even 3 weeks, than you would see and do on a 3 or 4 day trip, which is what most city breaks are. So people are a lot more likely to go back to cities on more than one occasion. So a city can have a number of different VFAMs on a platform. For example, they could do a specialist shopping and theatre VFAM. It could be a luxury and wellness VFAM. It could be sporting, golf. So there is no limit, depending on the type of client you are looking for, whether you are a country, a region or a province, or a city. Yes, it's applicable to all.
Perhaps if I may, last question before we need to stop, because time is running out. How Corona, has that accelerated the demand for your product, for your ideas? Yeah.
It's been a serendipitous time for us, actually, Jan, in that respect. So Spinning Globe has been around for a couple of years. We launched at World Travel Market in 2018, and we've been knocking on doors, talking to people. But since lockdown, we've had a bit of a rush of people coming to us saying, actually, they're writing our brief. They're saying, we're looking for a virtual fan platform, and there isn't one that exists as far as we know, apart from what we have. So yeah, it's we know we can help the travel industry at this time, and we want to help them recover, and actually to make sure that people continue learning and finding out the things that they didn't know.
Very useful. I think this is something which will revolutionize the way we think about a lot of things. Gary, Nigel, thank you a lot. You are on BUZZ, and you are to be contacted if anybody are interested in learning more about your products here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan.
Just a drop, just a drop of water. Welcome to Alice Miller and Fiona Jeffrey. Alice is by training a journalist. She is the event manager of Just a Drop. She's been working in the crossroad, event management and journalism for a number of years. Fiona has had a very long, or still has a long and successful career in tourism. She has for, I've counted 27 years, been responsible for the world travel market as a managing director and later as a chairman. But perhaps more important, she has initiated several projects which all aim at making this planet a bit better place to live. She has organized the World Responsible Tourism Day. That goes back to her initiative. She is the member of the World Committee for Tourism Ethics. She's a former chair of the WTTC Tourism for Tomorrow program, and she is currently the chair of the African Travel and Tourism Association. Further, on the advisory board of the School for Tourism and Hospitality at Surrey University, and last but not least, she is on the board for the Finn Partners Global Sustainable Tourism PR strategy. All these achievements, of course, deserve recognition, and she has been awarded the OBE. For all our non-Commonwealth friends, that's the Order of the British Empire recognition, which is awarded by the Queen for engagement in social areas. Just a drop, Alice and Fiona, we're excited to hear what you can tell us.
Well, thank you, Jan, for that very embarrassing introduction. But hello, good afternoon, morning and evening, everyone, from wherever you are in the world. It's a real pleasure for Alice and I to be with you and share our thoughts and experiences as we navigate this COVID-19 struck world and look beyond as to how travel can truly become the force for good it always purports to be. So to give you some immediate insight to Just a Drop and set a scene that you can understand, we're opening with a short film.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Lights will guide you home and ignite I will try to fix you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry if the streaming wasn't as easy as we thought it might be, but there we go. You can see that we're an international community development NGO that focuses on taking communities out of poverty by providing access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene education. And as a result, we help transform lives, helping communities flourish and create better futures. Our work also includes menstrual hygiene management to support women and girls, soap making, and food security. And we work in schools, village communities, and health centres, which has been absolutely critical during this COVID-19 period. When I set up Just a Drop in 1998, it was exactly to encourage travel businesses to give back to communities across the world, to be that force for good that the industry often talks about, but also often doesn't deliver. And I wanted to make it real and make it happen. It was a very early example of corporate social responsibility, when the word CSR didn't really exist in the boardroom. But importantly, because of the nature of the cause, partnership with Just a Drop brings a stronger societal and environmental perspective to corporate businesses, which has a real resonance today with employers and employees and customers. We work currently across 6 destinations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And as our roots have been in the travel sector, that global footprint is important to us and our donor partners. Fundamental to our work is our focus on sustainability. It sits in the DNA of our organization, and we put the communities at the heart of everything that we do. We call it the HIHI principles. HIHI is a 3-legged Tanzanian stool. Each leg represents water, sanitation, and hygiene education. But the seat is the community who holds it all together. Each country and each community have different solutions because the social and environmental challenges they face are different. We work with, support, and train the community, but they own the projects, ensuring their long-term sustainability, as they too have invested their own time and effort into these programs. To date, we've helped over 1.6 million people across 32 countries, and this is in no small part to the support of the international travel industry, who, as well as supporting our work, have been able to enhance their own social and environmental impacts as businesses. Incredibly, Just a Drop contributes to 12 out of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. These include no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, climate action, and partnerships for the goals, to highlight just a few. Women and children can trek up to more than 6 kilometers a day to collect water. If it's dirty, it makes them sick. The time lost collecting and searching for water means that women can't work efficiently, and the children are either too tired or unable to attend school. With access to water, they are immediately healthier. They can work, they can grow crops to feed their families. With excess crops, they can trade and get out of the poverty trap. So you can see how water is the source to so much more prosperity in life. And this access to adequate water and sanitation and hygiene facilities has been all the more critical in this COVID-19 world, when people will not be inclined to use the precious water they need for drinking and cooking to use to simply wash their hands. Through our partnerships, Just a Drop supports travel businesses and helps them contribute directly to social and environmental goals, which genuinely have an impact and transform lives. Through this impact, our partners are able to show that they are part of the bigger conversation and picture, and demonstrate that commitment to both their staff and customers. I also believe in the power of what I describe as the transformational triangle, and I've used it personally throughout my professional life. It backs up the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this post-COVID world, collaboration is key to our industry achieving greater resilience and success, and NGOs play a very important part in this narrative. Previously, they haven't been seen as part of the equation, but based on experience, I challenge this, because in fact, they are an extremely important part of the solution. It's about harnessing the strength and expertise of different organizations so the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. It's about being more efficient and more effective. The cooperative process between governments, private sector, and the third sector is fundamental to effective development and travel becoming the force for good it claims and wants to be. To date, it's been the government and private sectors that have over the last 10 to 15 years been collaborating more, which is fantastic. But now the third sector is more prescient and relevant than ever and plays a vital implementation role which ensures long-term sustainability. It needs to be involved in the strategic conversation because they know better than anyone what it takes to deliver and ensure real sustainability. And the truth is, it isn't that easy to do. Governments are responsible for creating the right frameworks and policies for institutions, businesses, and the third sector to operate effectively. Business is the driver and catalyst to support change. The third sector secures effective, long-term, sustainable delivery on the ground. Each are experts in their own field, but it's the collaboration across all three that generates long-term success and ensures we create the greatest impact in the most efficient and effective way. And what's more, everyone feels they've contributed, including the very people we are looking and trying to support.
We believe that effective partnerships are key to a brighter future for travel and tourism. By working together, we can make sure that the industry thrives and that good causes around the world are supported. We wanted to share a couple of examples of travel being used as a force for good. In 1998, World Travel Market came on as our first corporate partner, and since they have enabled the industry to collectively support dozens of sustainable initiatives worldwide. The partnership began from a very simple concept of collecting just £1 from every visitor attending the event. In theory, that would raise £50,000, enough to have a collective global impact. By putting £1 on a booking or rounding up a figure at the point of payment, for example, if a booking comes to £49.50, rounding it up to £50 or euros or whichever currency you're using, companies can easily, and I should add, at no cost to them, support initiatives like Just a Drop and give back to destinations across the world. Our relationship with WTM has now grown, and when an exhibitor books their stand to attend each year, a donation is included in this booking. They collectively support a Just a Drop community each year, and so through WTM, the travel industry is able to come together as a force for collective good. Last year, the exhibition enabled a community in Nicaragua to access clean water in their village for the first time, whilst also giving positive PR to the exhibition. WTM really demonstrates if we all work together, then our voice can be heard much louder. Each of Just a Drop's partnerships is unique and is implemented to benefit the client. So not all of our partnerships include adding £1 or euro or dollar to a booking. You know your business best, and so we'll work with you to help you to decide how a partnership could work and how your business can make a difference. Radisson Hotels, for example, already have an outstanding sustainability program. They wanted to enhance this by reducing their water consumption and at the same time support communities in their destination countries. They set up a towel reuse program, which was promoted in every shower and bathroom. For every 500 towels reused, a donation was made to Just a Drop. They're a global brand who are looking to have a global impact, so Just a Drop's work worldwide really appealed to them. And as a result, through the towel reuse program, they are able to support Just a Drop projects across Kenya, India, and Nicaragua, impacting the lives of over 25,000 people. Not only did they generate operational cost savings from laundry and excess water usage, but they contributed from a social perspective to communities and an environmental perspective through water conservation, but also a climate action based on Just a Drop's solutions on the ground, thereby contributing to the economic, social, and environmental triple bottom line. The impact that they have is so much more than just reduced laundry and water costs across the hotels. Radisson's support is not just providing communities with water, but also through the provision of sand dams, such as their project in Kathilo in Kenya. They are enabling people to have food security. They're raising the water table and combating climate change, whilst also enabling communities to thrive financially, to be resilient through the pandemic with the soap making. The way that a sand dam works is a reinforced rubber cement wall is built across a sandy river. When the rainy season arrives, the river floods, the water deposits the sand behind the dam and carries the lighter sediment over the top of the dam. The wall then traps the water, which is held and filtered in the sand, making it safe to drink and able to be used all year round. It's simple, low cost, low maintenance, and also raises the water table, enabling the land nearby to become more fertile and combating climate change and desertification. And it's all possible because of the Radisson Towel Reuse Programme. I just want to show you a quick film that they made a few years ago. The group has since updated their branding, but I really think that this demonstrates how the programme works.
We often hear the phrase, water is life, when we meet people in Kenya, but it's very true. Previously, this community, a very hard-working community, spends most of their time searching for water, no time for anything else. By bringing the water to the community into a location they have chosen that suits and allows a sand dam to be developed, then provides that reliable water, clean water, in the heart of their community. And that community can then grow, and it can grow well.
Our living have changed because we have enough water to drink, also to use in our domestic uses, also to water our crops. The students didn't have sufficient water for their personal use. For example, for washing, for showering, for washing of their clothes, and so on. So it has been a great challenge. When you're dirty, you're unable to concentrate since you feel itchy, you feel uncomfortable. But with clean water, everything is perfect. All I know about water is that mainly water is life, because without water, we cannot survive, because the growth of plants actually depend on water, and we as human beings and also animals also depend on water for survival.
After the water project, at least now we have some clean water, which we can rely on for our safety and for our health. This is from 4B, Ikalasa Secondary School, and we say, thank you, Radisson Blue Hotel!
Perfect. The Global Senior Vice President of Responsible Business, Safety and Security at Radisson Hotel recently told us, Radisson Hotel Group plays a leading role promoting responsible water stewardship initiatives across the hospitality industry and is a proud partner of Just a Drop. Thanks to Just a Drop, we have been able to reuse single towel use across Radisson hotels and create a real sustainable impact, whilst also saving money on laundry costs. Hopefully, we've been able to illustrate through this presentation the real potential that exists for travel to be a true force for good. After all, that's why Just a Drop was set up in the first place, to enable travel companies to give back to destinations and communities, and to increase its positive impact with a responsible mindset. As we move into a new post-COVID world where the travel industry needs a greater resilience to rebuild, and the importance of collaboration and partnership has never been more critical. And in truth, neither has the vital work undertaken by Just a Drop and other like-minded organisations. By working hand in hand, we can achieve so much more and create a brighter future for which develops a more sustainable roadmap, taking account of not just economic matters, but social and environmental priorities too. Just a Drop welcomes the opportunity to support the industry and enable businesses and governments to make a sustainable social and environmental and economic impact. We'd like you to consider ways that you can engage. Whether you can round up your bookings or add a small donation onto a booking, which is really easy and a great way of having a really big impact. We can help you with implementing the technology involved and the communications that your customer received too. Join Just a Drop as a corporate partner and be part of a collective force for good. We can work with you to shape the partnership and give you a specific project to support that your funds will be directed into. With this project, it'll be so easy for you to share updates and show the impact of your work to your network. We'll provide you with images and videos so you, your staff, and your customers know exactly what your business has been able to achieve. To summarise, the post-COVID world is going to be filled with challenges for travel, but having a collective impact and being a force for good is not one of them. We are now able to have an impact so easily across the world, and we would love you to be part of this. By making your company sustainable and responsible, your customers become part of a bigger story and you stand out from the crowd. And most importantly, you can make a difference. Thank you so much for listening, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Perhaps I may ask, thank you a lot. How do you select projects? Is there a standard procedure or any specific criteria, or how do you get to choose among all these projects out there?
It's a really good and a really important question, Jan. The first criteria is one of sustainability. We will only engage if we can believe that with the investment that we get, we can ensure that that program and project is sustainable for the long term. And to achieve that, you have to have the engagement with local communities. So we have a process, absolutely, and we have professional engineers and hydrogeologists that will assess the environmental situation. They engage with the local community and understand exactly what their needs are. The community are part of that process and that decision making, because we want them to feel an ownership of the program. And then we will identify what are the best environmental solutions with their support. We then end up going through a due diligence process. It also goes to the Board of Trustees for final assessment, and then we implement it, assuming we've got the funds to do it. But we take it, as I said earlier, sustainability sits in our DNA. And when I started Just a Drop, I was very aware of so many hand pumps scattered around parts of the world that just weren't being used. And that is a total waste of money, effort, and energy, and it's not fulfilling its function. And so whilst Just a Drop is small and personal, we're not a huge organization, but what we always wanted to be was a very professional organization for people to have faith and trust in their partnership with us, because they're part of the solution. And what I suppose in this world where collaboration is now being discussed so much more, I think what we're doing helps to demonstrate that, and how everybody fits into that and collectively makes the difference.
Professionally impressive, certainly. I can only say that came very good across, that it's a professional organization. you mainly work with tourism, hospitality organizations, or is this also open to other industries?
Yes,
It's absolutely open to other industries, because at the end of the day, water is critical to livelihoods, and everybody, we know as individuals how significant it is in our lives. So it has a resonance, you know, internationally and right across the board. We have a lot of travel partners because that's where we started. But engineering companies, health wellness companies, drinks companies are all, you know, when I look at partnership, I always think there should be synergy. And therefore, we will automatically reach out to those organizations where we feel that there is a natural synergy, because our aim is to add value to those organizations. You know, we are a charity, but I don't believe we operate as a charity. We are looking to empower people and everybody to have the opportunity to feel that they can grow, because working together, we facilitate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we add value to so many different industries. We've been, as Fiona said, we've been working with a lot of soap companies recently because it's so relevant to our work. But with every industry, there is that relevance, and we're able to, no partnership looks the same to us. We approach each one in a unique way and can discuss how the best way it is to get the best out of that relationship.
So is correctly understood, a company signs up or supports a specific project? Is that correctly understood?
Yeah, well, what we wanted to do very early on is, because another thing I felt about a lot of charitable organizations, that is people can and are very generous, but they don't always know exactly what happens to those funds.
Yes.
So the key purpose behind Just a Drop was to enable people to tangibly see the impact that they are having. So organizations, individuals can support their own projects, but they can be also collaborative initiatives, but they will still get information back from the field as to the impact that they've made, whether they've supported an entire project in its entirety, or whether they're part of Just a Drop's work generally.
What about Corona? How has that influenced your work on the funding side and also on the project side?
Oh, well, like everybody else, massively. The team have been working extremely hard over the last 3 months. I mean, some people have, you know, not been able to do anything, whereas actually we became even more critical than we were before. And the reality is we've been in this field for over 20 years now. So we knew exactly how important it was. So we actually developed an emergency relief program in all of our destinations very quickly. And we've been looking to get that funded. It has been a challenge. We haven't reached out to travel because travel's having such a difficult time. Yeah. But we reached out to some of the large institutional organizations, but at times we're not necessarily big enough for some of those organizations. So we got support from many existing donors, and we've been implementing programs in places like Zambia and Uganda. I mean, what was so vital is the work that we've been doing, upgrading health centers in our destinations, because if we think it's bad in the UK with our valuable NHS, going to a health center in Uganda is a very, very different experience. So we've been purchasing PPE equipment, developing more soap making. So as people had access to soap to wash their hands, setting up soap hand washing stations at the entrances and departures to the health centers. But it's also been about communication and community engagement. So we've looked to invest in some motorbikes to enable some of our trainers to go out into communities, because they're not, many were not aware of some of the issues surrounding Corona. And so we really had to educate them and get them to understand the challenges that exist. And I have to say, I was a bit bowled over when I ended up seeing a photograph recently, and it was a group of Maasai in a circle, all wearing face masks. So, you know, it's that ongoing, I suppose this goes back to why I say NGOs as part of the debate and the discussion now, because they play a really significant role, whether they're international or local, in delivering. And that's what creates the sustainability. And the power of business is the fact that it has that opportunity to be a successful business and therefore make an additional contribution as a result. And that is the lifeline to the third sector and NGOs operating on the ground. So there's a really powerful force there that I feel has never really been harnessed well enough. And I suppose it's something that we would like people to understand, that there is a lot of influence and power that they have to make this happen and to feel part of the journey and to make a really positive contribution.
I think the charm, one of the charms is it's, don't misunderstand me, but relative simple measures which bring something right away. You read a lot about developing aid going into the right pockets, the wrong pockets, sorry, the wrong channels. You read about totally wrong measures. I remember reading about Danisco, that's a Danish organization, several years back, set up meat manufacturing facilities in Africa, but they forgot they don't have any refrigerators in Africa, so they wasted a lot of money. This is pretty simple and it works right away. That's the advantage, right?
And I completely get that, and that's why, you know, there is some reassurance to professional companies by supporting professional charitable organization, because it's our job to ensure that that local, the risk and fear of corruption can occur. And that's why we work very closely with our local partners, and we manage them, we train them, we monitor them on a regular basis. One of the reasons why our work is so sustainable is because we commit to monitoring it for a minimum of 7 years. And so we're constant, even when the program is completed, we are constantly going back and continuing with that support. So it, you know, there is a due diligence role that the third sector and the NGOs undertake that is very supportive of the business and governmental sector. And that's why I think they need to be more part of the dialogue and helping give that insight and that understanding in order for us all to be better at what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have any questions from the audience? We are slowly running up to our time limit. If not, Alice, Fiona, anything you want to say here before we need to close?
Only thank you. Yeah, no, thank you for inviting us. It's been our pleasure to take part. Alice, would you like to say anything?
Exactly the same. Yeah, we're absolutely delighted to be able to present and to be able to speak to your audience. So thank you so much for having us. And if you do want any more information, my email address is there, and our website as well. So please do reach out to us, and we can definitely talk about going forward.
There is a lot of audience following us on the social media. We have had roughly between 300 and 800 for every session. So there's a lot bigger reach than you see right now. This is a very good initiative. Just the drop is on our platform. Reach out, get in touch. There are two effects. You will probably be able to sleep better at night because you're doing something good. And you will also have the PR effect, of course. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, as I say, it's about us all working together, really fulfilling the dream of being the force for good, and being part of that journey as we all move into a new world, which it has lots of challenges ahead, but it also will open up opportunities. And we're happy to support people to help their own agendas.
Okay, thank you a lot. Wish you a lot of success with your project here, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. Bye, everyone, and thank you for listening.
Chris Flynn, the World Tourism Association for Culture and Heritage. I think two of the speakers during the previous days had made references to our next speaker, Chris Flynn. Jet Brown, I quote from memory, said something like, "Chris is one of the persons in the travel industry I respect the most." And Paul Rogers also made very positive remarks. I haven't known Chris Flynn for a very long time, not as long as Jet or Paul, but what I have learned during the last couple of weeks, I am absolutely willing to sign on. What a personality, very helpful, very warm, very knowledgeable. Always willing to share and not only working for his own profit or his own pocket, but seeing a much larger picture. Chris has been in the industry for 30 years. He's worked on 4 continents. He was a director at Pata and responsible for a portfolio of 20 countries, so that gives a perspective. He has started or founded the World Tourism Association for Culture and Heritage now, and he has been speaking on a lot of events. He's an excellent speaker, what you're about to hear. He has been on international media like the BBC World News Asia, and now he's going to crown his speaking career with this speech on BUZZ.travel. Sorry, Chris, I couldn't help that. Chris's presentation has a positive note. It says we are in difficult time, but it has a positive note. So I agreed with Chris. We are slowly coming to an end for this BUZZ session, that it would be a very good address for one of the last addresses of our BUZZ Expo. We have agreed with Chris, because he's based in Australia, midden in the night, that the address has been pre-recorded, because he want to be up and top fit when he's doing this. So production, please run Chris's video.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and greetings from Sydney, Australia. My name is Chris Flynn. I am the CEO of the World Tourism Association for Culture and Heritage, and it's great to be with you today. Before I continue with my presentation, I would just like to say a huge thank you to BUZZ.travel for giving me the opportunity to be part of this incredible event, an event I'm sure has been hugely beneficial to you all out there. My presentation today is not about culture and heritage. It's about lessons we've learned from the past. Crisis, resilience, and context. Now, you might think that the word context or the use of the word context is a little bit strange, but it's not, because the idea behind this presentation is to look back, to see what we've learned, to see what we've been through, and to put that into context as to where we are now and where we need to be as we transition out of COVID-19. There are 2 broad categories of crisis that we need to consider in terms of tourism. Category 1 is crisis events which are beyond the control of management. These are events that are like natural disasters, acts of war and terrorism, political upheaval, crime waves, epidemics, and sudden global, regional, or domestic shocks, such as natural events. The other category, category 2, are focused on business collapse due to management failure. Now, this could be financial fraud, data loss, destruction of workplace. This could be due to fire or floods, things that happen quite regularly down in my part of the world. But it comes down to when you don't have the right protections in place, such as insurance, that could allow you to continue beyond the crisis itself. And then, of course, there could be reputation issues. You might have a consumer backlash following some kind of initiative that you created. This can have a temporary problem for you. In some cases, it can be final. And then, of course, we have loss of management and key staff when we've not prepared for a transitional period should someone of significance within the organization leave the company. Now, the impact of crisis, as we have learned, is often immediate and dramatic, and something we have to cope with instantly. But whenever I think of crisis in terms of tourism, I always think of this guy. This is Yogi Berra. He was a player for the New York Yankees, great player, legend. He wasn't only famous for his skills as a player, he was famous for his quotes. And one of the quotes, and you may have heard this before, is, "It's like deja vu all over again." And when we look at crisis in tourism, often we've been there before. So for the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to go back to 2001, and I'm going to spread these over a 10-year period. Now you might say to yourself, why go back so far? Well, there's a reason. And the reason is this. September 11, 2001, 9/11, as we know it better, was an attack on the world, an attack on our industry that we've never seen the likes of before. And it changed tourism, travel. It changed our industry instantly that day. Sadly, almost 3,000 people were killed. But immediately following this, we saw governments around the world changing policies, putting protections in place that were going to support the safety of travelers as we move forward. And of course, as we've seen, these have only increased. All you have to do is go through any airport these days and look at the security checks. And by and large, most of them found their origins on this day, September 11, 2001. Only a month later, we were then faced with the Afghan war, the beginning of the Afghan war. Nobody knew then that this would become the longest war in US history. And lots of the repercussions of this particular episode in history are still very, very clear today. A year later, we had the Bali bomb. This took the world by surprise. Nobody really expected to see this. Bali was always known as this magical, mysterious place, this beautiful place with wonderful, charming people. That day, we lost 202 people killed in the bomb. The majority of them came from here, Australia. So it's quite personal to the people of Australia. And of course, our industry, the people on the ground, the innocent people who suffered, not just the injured, not just the victims, but the other people who'd lost their livelihoods, their incomes. The whole economy collapsed because of this. Again, this is a symptom of a terrorist attack, and it's purposefully designed that way. Something that we learned from the Bali bomb was this. The government decided, because it was so dramatic and such an affront to the people of Bali, they decided to broadcast the trials of the terrorists live on TV. Now you might think that's a good thing. And to some degree, yeah, I could agree with that. But what this actually did, it broadcast the trial into the homes, not just of the people who'd been affected by this, but globally. It sent a message to people saying, don't go to Bali. Bali is unsafe. Why would you go to Bali when we still have terrorists around? So it actually extended the recovery process of Bali. And again, it created new victims of those people who used or required tourism as part of their livelihoods. It pushed it back further and further for them to recover. In 2003, the 19th of March, we saw the start of the Iraq War. What we couldn't have known back then was just 2 weeks later, we'd be faced with this, SARS, the new pandemic, as it was touted to be. Now, I'm not going to focus on SARS right now. We're going to look at that later on in the presentation. What we're going to focus on now is a year later, 2004, the Boxing Day tsunami, 9.1 magnitude earthquake. Came out of nowhere, nobody expected it. And of course, this was devastating in so many ways. What we saw that day was a tectonic shift where a plate went under another plate, creating a giant wave. This wave traveled through the oceans at over 400 kilometers an hour, smashing into the islands of Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, etc. And it had such force, as you can see from this map, that this wave reached all the way to South America and other incredibly long away places, far away places. The devastation it caused was huge. This is Banda Aceh, an island off Indonesia, not far from the epicenter of the earthquake. And you can see the devastation the wave created. It's there for all to see. Absolutely devastating. And this, of course, was replicated right the way through the Indian Ocean. 275,000 people were killed, unimaginable number. You can't even get your head around what that actually means. And the devastation in terms of real estate was immense. Of course, it's a wave, and it plowed its way into some of the coastal resorts and townships, some of the areas our clients, our visitors were going to spend their time, spend their holidays. And you can see the devastation. The wave created a massive rally from governments around the world and volunteers around the world who teamed up to try to rebuild what was once the economies of these devastated environments. But there were other issues that we learned that we hadn't considered. One of them was the fact that there were thousands of people who had gone missing. And if you were a fisherman, someone who supplied the hotel chains, who supplied the cafes and restaurants, you didn't want to go out to sea. You didn't want to go and catch the fish, because as far as you knew, the fish were feeding on the bodies that hadn't been recovered. And the souls of those bodies hadn't gone to heaven because they'd never been found. This was a huge issue. And this was something that had the capacity to put everything on hold. Eventually, what was decided was to have a series of ceremonies in Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, etc., the key areas that had been affected. There needed to be a way to release the spirit, to release the souls of those people who had never been found, and allow these areas and these people to get back to their lives. This here is one such ceremony that took place in Thailand. And each of these lanterns represented a soul who hadn't been found. And the idea about releasing it into the sky was to send the soul to heaven. Only once these ceremonies had been conducted would those people go back to work, and could we start to create a new sense of normal. Very powerful stuff. In 2005, we saw 7/7, the London bombings, 52 people killed. Another terrorist attack that was targeted on a central area that was known all around the world. It was designed to create shock. It was designed to create panic. And it certainly did that. And of course, London, being one of the, if not the most visited part of the UK, was the area that was affected, and by design. Here, again, the following month, 2005, 23 August, we saw Hurricane Katrina, the most destructive and costly hurricane in US history. Now, I want you all to look at that image. That's a satellite image of Hurricane Katrina, and keep that in your mind for when we go a little bit further down or further into this presentation. Hurricane Katrina killed over 1,800 people, and it caused $125 billion in damage. Now, when we talk about millions and billions, it's pretty hard to sort of distinguish between the two. They sound the same. You know, we don't really have a mental picture. So let's see what it actually means. Here's some mental arithmetic for you to consider. If I was to take away 1 million seconds from today, I'd end up with about 12 days. If I take a bit away, I end up with 33 years. Think about that. So when we start talking $125 billion. See the effect this had on the area and also the community. It was immense. And I'm sure even today, they haven't really fully recovered from what occurred. 2008, we saw the 7.9 magnitude earthquake hit Chengdu in China. Now, again, most people have probably forgotten about this. It's not an area that most people work with as tourists, although quite a lot do, trust me. But what was the Chengdu earthquake? Well, the Chengdu earthquake killed 87,000 people. It injured 374,000. And even today, there are still 18,000 people who have never been found. It closed all the road systems. So, of course, those people who were trying to help the emergency services couldn't get there. The airport was closed for a period, and it took years to actually try to recover from this devastating earthquake. The same year, we saw the Taj Hotel in Mumbai, another terrorist attack targeting an iconic tourist attraction, this time the hotel in Mumbai. 2009, the JW Marriott of Jakarta and the Ritz-Carlton of Jakarta, two high-end first-class hotels designed for the high end of tourists and business, targeted again by terror to create the maximum amount of impact and devastation and to send shockwaves right the way around the world. 2009 again, 29 September, the Samoa tsunami. Now this is personal for me, this particular event, and this is why I've included it, because there's only 180 people killed, you might think. The devastation here affected both Western Samoa and American Samoa. Now, when you live on an island nation and you live in almost a tribal community, 180 people is huge. It's devastating. And when you think about the majority of those people killed are children who are either on their way to school or being sent home from school in the morning once the alarms had been raised. It was absolutely devastating and something I will never forget. I was there probably 2 to 3 days after the event, and I actually took this photograph. This was a resort on the southern side of Western Samoa that was completely wiped out with the waves. And of course, there wasn't just one wave, there were 4 waves that came in and created this destruction. When I went over to Pago Pago, American Samoa, I was shocked at what I actually saw there. Because of course, with any disaster, with any crisis, you see things and you learn things that you'd never considered before. One of the things that shocked me the most was the fact that when the wave came in to American Samoa, into Pago, it completely stripped the graveyard. And the coffins and caskets and remains were scattered all over the roads. As you would imagine, people scrambled to try and clean this up, to try and put it into place, to get things organized. And they put any remains in any casket, in any coffin, in any grave. When I was there, the caskets and coffins were actually stacked up against the road. So of course, the process then starts to happen after the event of trying to identify who is now in which coffin, in which grave, doing DNA tests to try and determine who should be in which coffin, in which casket, in which grave. And again, I'm fairly certain that this process is still ongoing. In Western Samoa, on my second visit, I took a team of experts up in terms of recovery from communications and various other strategies that need to be considered when you are sort of trying to recover from a crisis such as this. One thing that you find with a crisis, particularly something like this, is there are those that are affected and those that are not affected. And those that aren't affected, of course, would like to continue to trade. Now, when you have powerful people who have the capacity to influence government and influence authorities and start demanding that we open up and say, hey, we're open for business, that creates a problem, because you have those, of course, that have been completely wiped out. You have a government that's in turmoil, not knowing what to do, and you have additional pressure from people who are insisting that, that we reopen. Now, you're probably wondering what you're looking at here on this picture. I'll show you another look at it. This is what it is. It's a piece of corrugated iron roofing. This is 2 meters long. It's buried in the sand. And these were all over the place, all over the beaches, in the oceans, everywhere. But you couldn't see them. So imagine if you opened for business and a child, or anyone for that matter, dived into the ocean and landed on something like this. Well, not only would that be devastating for the families concerned, but it would completely destroy the reputation of your destination. So thankfully, the government listened to the team that I took up there, and we began a process of recovery that involved rebranding, communications, and a whole series of other initiatives to allow the destination to transition to where it is today, which is back to being an absolutely stunningly beautiful area. But that was Samoa in 2009. Also that year, we had, of course, the global financial crisis. And you can see quite plainly from this graph what happened. The world's economies collapsed. Look at that. Unbelievable. No one could have imagined that. Or could they? Because the actual process started here in 2007. It's just that we weren't aware of it. We weren't aware what was coming as an industry. Of course, the recovery happened sporadically. And you will see from that line there that we've never actually got to where we were before the beginning, the start of the global financial crisis. But here we are again, COVID-19, and we have fallen off that cliff again. And how far down it goes and how long it lasts, we have yet to see. Now, on the 2nd of February 2011, in Australia, we had Cyclone Yasi. Again, this is personal for me because this is actually my birthday. So if you all want to send me a card, feel free. Cyclone Yasi were 3 cells, cyclone cells, that merged to create one giant cyclone. It smashed into Australia on the evening of the 2nd of February and caused immense damage. It flooded an area the equivalent size of France and Germany combined. Think about that. That's a lot of water and a lot of territory. And you had places like Brisbane, the central business district of Brisbane, completely flooded. And of course, the surrounding areas and the surrounding suburbs. Now, when you live in a place like Australia, if you've got flooding or any kind of crisis, it creates another kind of crisis, such as this. So as the river systems flooded because of the cyclone, some of the wildlife became residents of local communities, and you would find them in streets and in local parks. So of course you couldn't leave home until this problem was solved. So again, there's these ongoing crises that occur within a crisis that we need to consider. Remember when I said, remember the size of Hurricane Katrina? This is why. Cyclone Yasi was the largest cyclone since 1899 in Australia. It was the size of the USA. It was immense. This would actually cover most of South and Southeast and North Asia. That's how big it was. The only reason there was such a low loss of life was simply because it smashed into areas that weren't densely populated, that they had sporadic populations, which we were very lucky to have. Finally, in this part of the presentation, I want to talk about briefly the Japanese tsunami. I was in Berlin when this occurred at ITB. And I remember turning on the TV in the morning and looking at these images and thinking, what is going on here? This is unbelievable. And of course, we had this massive tsunami. And of course, it wasn't just a tsunami. We almost had a nuclear disaster because the salt water, if you recall, actually went into the reactors and they couldn't cool them down. So this particular crisis killed almost 16,000 people. It injured over 6,000 people. And to this day, there's over 2,500 people missing. Now, I thought I'd use this image here to demonstrate the impact of this particular tsunami. You might think that this is a before and after shot. It's not. This is the wave moving into an area that hasn't been affected yet. And it is absolutely an amazing, devastating photograph. Could you imagine being on the other side of that photograph, watching this approaching? Unbelievable. When we look at all of that I've just shown you over that 10-year period, and we look at global international visitor arrivals, you might be shocked to see that only on 3 occasions did we see a slight decline in the growth of visitor numbers. 2001, 9/11. Of course, that happened in the last quarter of that year. 2003, SARS. SARS, as you will learn, only lasted for 2 months. And then 2009, the global financial crisis. But again, look at 2010. It came straight back. This is an incredibly resilient industry that we all work within. But today we're faced with COVID-19. This is a whole new scenario, and we don't really know where we're going to go. You know, we have ideas, but there's so much confusion out there right now. We're going to have to look back to see what occurred to give us a better understanding of where we might be moving forward. So we're going to look at SARS. This is possibly the closest thing that we've had over this period that might represent something like COVID-19. Of course, it was a COVID disease itself. So SARS occurred in March, April 2003, just 2 months. As you would imagine, there was massive media attention because, as I said earlier, it was expected to become the new pandemic. It affected very few areas, really. In fact, mainly Canada, bits of Asia. There were about 8,000 people, or just over 8,000 people affected, and less than 800 deaths in all of this. But there were other areas that were affected that didn't have any cases, such as where I am now in Australia. We were affected because people didn't want to transit via affected areas such as Singapore and Hong Kong. And this again would have been a symptom for COVID-19 had there not been a global lockdown that we're currently living through. In reality, there were very few deaths, but the media frenzy continued. But when we look at some of the publications that were around at that particular time, you might think it's almost a mirror of what we're seeing today, where it actually occurred, or where it actually originated, etc. Panic gripped society, just like 9/11. The world stopped traveling. And when we look at some of the affected areas, such as this, you'll see that during the key period of SARS, this is April and May, some areas were massively hit instantly. As I said, when it comes to crisis, it happens fast and it happens dramatically. Look at Taiwan, Chinese Taipei. In May, minus 83%. Singapore, minus 70%. 68% for Hong Kong, etc. Now, mid-May, SARS was considered over, done, finished. So let's have a look at June and July. Still, we see these massive numbers, minus 76% in Chinese Taipei, 40% in Hong Kong, nearly 50% in Singapore. In fact, some destinations never recovered. Taiwan, for example, never recovered for the entire year. And SARS only lasted 2 months. There were 8,000 cases and less than 800 deaths. Think about that. Air traffic went into a steep decline as the combined effects of SARS and the Iraq War took its toll. Now, this is a fairly complicated graph, but I'm going to talk you through it. So if we look at, this is US aviation load factors between 2000 and 2003. So if we look at January and we look at the average load factors that we're seeing there over that period, we can say that load factors were on average about 71%, 72%. If we look for the peak period, the summer period of in the US, the July and August, then load factors would go up to round about 79%. The orange line here in 2001, that represents 9/11. And you can see just how steep that decline was. It just stopped immediately. The positive news was that we started to transition out of 9/11 quite quickly. And there were growth happening again by December of that year. If we look here on the green line, 2003, and of course we're talking about SARS now in 2003, you can see again this steep decline. But again, it started in January as we began to predict the Iraq War. As a result, airline stocks fell dramatically. United Airlines, US Airways, and Air Canada filed for Chapter 11. That's bankruptcy protection. IATA, they predicted that global air travel industry would lose $10 billion in 2003. What actually happened is that US carriers alone lost more than that. And as I keep saying, this only lasted for 2 months in terms of the SARS epidemic. In Asia Pacific, it was the same. We see the decline here as a direct result of the event, but it started back in January. What's interesting with this graph is that you will see it took a year for us to recover. And there is some talk that we might come back quite quickly. We need to consider this. It took a year for aviation in Asia to come back after SARS. This is not going to be instant coffee as we transition out of COVID-19. It's going to take some considerable time. The other thing that happened is conferences and corporate events were cancelled. And again, look at what we're doing now with a virtual event through BUZZ.travel. Exactly the same thing. Many hotels in affected areas were running at less than 10% occupancy. In fact, if we look at Hong Kong, you can see down here, minus 68%. When it comes to Hong Kong and SARS, I always think about the Peninsula Hotel of Kowloon, this beautiful historic place. On one particular night, they only had one guest, something that was inconceivable prior to SARS. So you can see the effect these kind of issues, these kind of infectious diseases can have. There was a significant loss of jobs within our industry, as you could imagine. 6.5 million jobs lost between 2001 and 2003. 3 million jobs lost in China, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Vietnam. Direct and indirect, over 8 million jobs lost. The US lost 20 billion from GDP. But what we did see as a result of this, as we transitioned out, was that our industry grew again. In fact, it grew on a steeper curve. We came out of this stronger than we could have imagined. And that's good news for us because, as I keep saying, we are a resilient industry. We have a lot to learn. We have a lot to get through. We have a lot of change that's going to happen, but we will come back. Hopefully, this time we will come back stronger and better prepared, and maybe do business in better ways. So here we are again, COVID-19, and we're having to deal with issues that we'd never considered before. And it reminds me of this man again, Yogi Berra. And one of his other famous quotes, which I happen to like, and I think that is very poignant and accurate for where we are now. He said, "The way a team plays as a whole determines its success. You might have the greatest bunch of individual stars in the world, but if they don't play together, the club won't be worth a dime." Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to listen to this presentation. I hope that you've learned something from the past that we might be able to take forward into the future. I wish you continued success at this amazing event. And for now, if I can work out how to do it, I'm going to say thank you and good night and leave you to the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BUZZ.travel Expo and our keynote speaker panel discussion today on the future of travel. If you work in travel for any amount of time, you will know the meaning of the word crisis. Travel, resilient as it's always been in the past, is undergoing its most urgent crisis yet. From the precedent of what we may have all faced in the past few decades, the unforeseen toll of the ever-present COVID-19 virus has proven to be unprecedented and unrelentless. But where have we come from? We've come from motor coach tours to the FIT customer. We adapted. We had the dawn of the internet, and with it, online travel agents, and the more traditional tour operator not only adapted, but now we see an industry that combines these two entities in two ways that we could never imagine back in the late 80s. When the airline stopped paying commissions, travel agents got creative while keeping customers satisfied and assured. We've had wars, the Gulf War, Afghanistan, uprisings, Arab Springs, strikes, protests. And we've had terrorism with 9/11 and so many acts of terrorism committed all over the world, resulting in the loss of innocent lives. For those of us who work in travel, we've been creative, innovative, and dynamic. We've learned to take these experiences and changes and pivoted to present the best of our industry, the best that we have to offer. Tourism has adapted. There's just so many things and so many unique situations that have forced many players on the field to strike out and leave the game, but yet tourism has adapted and has persevered. We are the most self-assured industry in the world because we have faced these many unique situations. We've always believed in travel and in everyone's right to travel, and we will always do that. Today, rather than dwelling on the problem, we're once again searching for solutions. That's what we do. We work in travel. We're looking to our industry leaders to answer some questions, or maybe even not answer these questions, but create new questions. We're looking at our destination management organizations for advice, for leadership. And with that in mind, I invite you over the next hour or so to listen to these industry experts as we take apart what will be the future of travel. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to our moderator, that is Stephen Ekstrom. He is the founder and president at Relate Strategy Group. Stephen?
Wonderful. Thank you, Rose. It's nice to see your face and
nice
see so many
you
familiar faces. So many faces here that I've known for going on 15, 20 years. So it's great to be participating in this. I'm going to start our panel discussion off with a single question for each of the panelists, and I'll call you by name. And that is, what word would you say best describes the future of working in travel? I'm going to go ahead and get started with you, Jared.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, BUZZ.travel. So I thought about this quite a bit. And, I think, as Rose just said, we've been through so much in the last 3-4 months. Has felt like an eternity to a lot of us. And I think that the next 6 to 12 months will probably feel much of the same. So dynamic is the word that I chose. And dynamic in that there's going to be a lot of change. And some of that change might not be for the better. It might be still negative. It might be bumpy, but also dynamic in that the word sort of connotes new ideas, innovation. And we've already seen that. And we're going to see more of that. I was on a call yesterday with a CEO of a day tour company in New York. And they had raised quite a bit of money just before the pandemic, and they were ready to roll. And then everything came to an abrupt halt. So she comes from a software background, her and her team. In the past 3 months, 4 months, they have completely made a 180 pivot. And they have created a CRM meets Google Doc software package to sell into our industry, the trade. And, you know, literally in a few months, they were able to get this product live. And I've just, in having different conversations with startups in the tech industry, in travel, with operators, these pivots are just becoming more and more apparent, and it's happening faster and faster. So I think the dynamic nature of this industry will continue to grow. And I think in the end, it will make us a stronger industry for it.
Okay. I appreciate that. Greg, you're up next.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Really appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today. And the word I chose was collaboration. I think it's going to be absolutely necessary for our industry to come together. And when I speak to that, I'm saying really all sectors. We're talking about the private sector and the public sector and the civil sector all coming together because, you know, as Rose had referenced, there have been, you know, a number of events that the industry has tackled. And I think that there has been collaboration in the past, but what, you know, some of those examples bring forth is that, for instance, when commissions were taken away, as you mentioned, the travel advisor community got creative. But typically a lot of the, you know, the reaction or the solution comes from one particular part of the industry, one particular sector. And everybody kind of addresses it within their silo. But as we know, this pandemic has affected the industry at large. So it is going to really require everyone's collaboration. And, you know, to that end, even Tourism Cares, a 501c3 nonprofit, we recently collaborated with 5 other NGOs to come together as a coalition, the Future of Travel Coalition, where, you know, we know that we will do better together. We've admired a number of these entities from afar, and we're looking forward to working with them together. So I think collaboration is the key.
Great, I appreciate that. Somebody needs to answer the phone. Jed, you're up next. What one word do you think describes the future of work in this industry?
Thanks a million, Stephen. I suppose, and the epitome of this word, I would say creative, but I'm also gonna use a second word as well because I'm a rule breaker and that's how I roll. Creative and flexible is what I would say. I think you know, you sort of outlined earlier on, Rose, the various crises which we as an industry have endured over the past, you know, 10, 20 years and actually forever. And we've shown incredible resilience as we've bounced back from all of those. This one's a little bit different in that it's affected both the supply and the demand side of things. And it's done it obviously on a global scale. So, you know, for me, we're going to have to get incredibly creative about working our way out of this particular crisis. And, you know, I think one of the ways which we're starting to see on our side now is you've got a whole load of destinations in the Mediterranean region and their hotels and everything else. And they're having that realization now that their key months, their key summer months are going to be decimated. So they're having to get creative now and start to, you know, extend their season where they can, and they're trying to promote themselves in that way. And that's just one example of the kinds of creativity that we're going to have to see. And I think we're going to have to see that in other ways as well with regards to really the customer experience. You know, we talk about all of the borders opening up, and in the UK today on the BBC, we saw that there's a whole load of borders which have opened up for the UK holidaymakers to travel to some 75 countries. The great unknown is what's the holiday experience? What's the travel experience going to be like when you get there? And we don't know yet. And I think there's going to need to be creativity on how we communicate what that experience will be.
Great, I appreciate that. Next up, Jonathan.
Hey, hi everyone, Jonathan with HTTA.us. I'm also going to break the rules. I'm going to invent a word, which is decompromising. It's really a composed word. It actually goes very much in tune with what Greg and Jed were saying. To a certain extent, like tourism needs to be adaptable, flexible. There's going to need to be a lot of collaboration. But we are actually going to have to do things better the next time around, which means that we cannot make the future of travel and working in travel dependent on what the market dictates. We have to control the narrative and what we do. It can be from low seasonality traveling to sustainable, travel, to breaking typical rules of hospitality management or aviation management, like revenue management, which eventually never takes into consideration in the supply chain risks and risk management and business continuity, knowing that our industry, as glamorous as it may look, happens to be extremely prone to disaster and catastrophe consequences. So I'm going to stick with my decompromising, even though I could have picked something a little easier or simpler.
Great. And Catherine?
Great. Hi, everyone. Catherine Prather here with the National Tour Association. I'm going to use a word that I have been saying a lot over the past several months, and we've actually heard it a couple of times already, and that's pivot. For those of you who are fans of the US sitcom Friends, if you need a little comic relief, I suggest that you Google for the YouTube video of the couch that Ross bought. And as they were trying to maneuver it up the stairs, every time they needed to get around an obstacle or a corner, he would yell, "Pivot." And I feel like we have been doing that a lot. We will be in a constant state of reevaluating. And, not only are we sizing up things for safety, but, right now we're also having to look, take a new look at history, society, and our environment, and reevaluating travel's role in understanding and advancing these realms, and then pivoting in terms of what skill sets and knowledge base is needed and who is needed. So I'm going with pivot.
That's a good one. And I have a couch to move later on if you're not busy. Rose, a single word that you think might describe the future of work in the industry?
I didn't quite hear that. A critical word or a cynical word?
A single word that you think might describe the future of work and travel?
Well, I know that in my introduction, I talked a lot about adapting and being able to adapt. And I guess the new word for that, or the new catchphrase for that, is to pivot. It's a lot harder than you think. I think, when I talk to a lot of my clients, it's hard for them to embrace that a new idea or to go into a new direction. And, our job is, I guess, at Roseworks is to be very convincing that this is, the most critical thing that they can do and that they must do it now. So what they are often surprised about is that after they turn away from what was comfortable, what was reliable, and embrace something new, they realize that they can adapt and they're empowered. And this is such an important thing because, as we deal with all of these challenges, we need, as suppliers as well as consumers and tour companies, we need to feel empowered. That's how we need to go forward with what's going on today. So if we can do that, if we can change the way we think and, release ourselves from previous modes of thinking, my business is only going to do well if I do this. Oh, I'm never going to go after that market because it's never given me any key results. We have to really stop thinking about that in those terms and going forward saying, why don't we try this? Not because we have nothing to lose, but because we have everything to gain.
It's a great point. For the next section of the discussion, there'll be a question directed to each of our panelists. For those of you who are joining and participants, I encourage you to use the Q&A button on your screen. If you have questions that you'd like to bring to the panel, by all means, feel free to drop them in there. Our panelists will be able to respond to you directly through that chat screen, or you may be called upon, or your question may be brought up later on in the conversation. So Jared, joining us from Wildebeest Marketing Agency, Based on your marketing experience with tour and activity operators and the destinations they visit, how do you see the balance between in-house labor and outsourced services? How do you see that evolving?
Sure. So, my experience is multifaceted in that I started as on the agency side, went in-house in travel, left travel for a short time, missed it too much, came back and went back agency side, focused on this industry. So I've kind of seen things from all different angles. So I say that only because it's easier for me to get up here and say, well, yes, of course, everyone should have an agency, and outsourced services will continue to play an outsized role as companies think about their future. But I think it's really true. I think the travel industry needs specialists. And when it comes to marketing services, they need specialists in areas where they don't have them. And I've seen this again from the inside out, where a lot of marketing teams, whether it's at an operator, a destination, a technology company, they're built around generalists. And I think that's great. And that enables a company to be fairly nimble and try out a bunch of different marketing channels to understand what fits. Once you actually prove a channel, then it becomes important to get more specialist inputs, whether it's around things like SEO, which is one of our specialties at Wildebeest, or content marketing, that there is in-house expertise at some of the larger companies, but I'd say more times than not, there isn't. So I think as teams start to think about what the future holds, and the fact that there's unfortunately been so many layoffs, but at one point the work will return, it's going to be this constant battle of, okay, we know we have deadlines to hit, we know we have budgets to spend, we know we need to be out there and communicating to our clients. Now is not the time to stop that. Yet we're working on half the amount of full-time employees as we were 4 months ago. What do we do? And I think that's where the power and the value of an agency really comes in. One last point is, I think, the budget pressures that everyone is under at brands and suppliers right now, I mean, that's real and that will continue. And, we're not naive at Wildebeest. We know that marketing is usually the first thing to go. But at some point it will come back. And actually, a lot of our clients have been spending, believe it or not, during this time with us in order to prepare them for what comes next. And I just think as the budget pressures continue, having someone as an agency on a project basis actually makes more financial sense than quickly starting to hire full-time employees back. Of course, that will differ for everyone.
I appreciate that. Greg, Tourism Cares has been doing some great work for almost 20 years now. And giving back to the people and places our industry depends on has been a guiding principle of Tourism Cares. What do you think the best outcome for the tourism industry and organizations like yours would be going forward?
Stephen, if I may, I just kind of want to, I don't want to say take issue, but address the word outcome, because I think it's already been referenced here that we're going to have to go through a series of pivots. So I think the minute that we start to focus in on one outcome, it's going to be time to pivot to a next outcome. So it's important when I'm answering that question to address the fact that the best outcome is an evolution and it's a learning. It's a journey that we're all on. And it's really important, especially today, to be focusing in on sustainability. Jonathan already referenced it. I think the best outcome in the eyes of Tourism Cares is that sustainability become a word that not be deemed a trend. I think that so many people see it as something that's ancillary, but it's absolutely essential. And it's really important for people to understand. And I think one thing that the pandemic has done is it's created this better understanding of how fragile our entire ecosystem is and how necessary tenets of sustainability are. And I think especially, in this day and age with the pandemic, we're talking about how really the health of destinations is so critical to the overall health of the industry. So I'm looking for, in terms of a best outcome, progress and evolution, and Tourism Cares is there to help everyone on its journey.
Fantastic. Jed, joining us from Low Season Traveler. Roughly 70% of all travelers visit during the peak season in a destination, which obviously contributes to the demand for seasonal and part-time labor. What changes do you envision for both the peak and the off-peak travel? And what impact do you think that'll have on the workforce?
I think, really, I do think we're going to see a change, and quite a welcome change in the flattening of the seasonality curve. We're all getting used to the flattening of the curve, so we may as well keep on that theme, a different kind of curve. But look, seasonality is something which has affected our industry for years. In here in Europe, you have many destinations that they do all of their business in 5 months of the year in the summer, and then there's nothing, and they shut down, and the work is finished. And I think there are signs that they're starting to realize that actually they have more in those destinations that is available year round. They've never had the confidence to really sell it, and to promote it. So if you take a destination like Rome or Athens, they still have peak seasons which are in the summer, which is obviously it's when the weather is finer. But that's not the reason that people go to Rome and Athens. It's not for the weather. It's for the history. It's for the culture, and all of that stuff is there in January, but it's there at a lower price. So I think destinations are starting to realize that they need to flatten out, and broaden that seasonality, which will mean that there will be work all year round. It's a tremendous opportunity for the industry. But I think one of my fears, we're talking a lot, and there's been some great comments made about the pivot word, and I love that Friends episode, by the way, Catherine. In order to pivot, you have to first of all realize that you absolutely need to pivot. And I guess a lot of our viewers will be familiar with the curve of change, where there are 7 steps. The first one is denial, then you go to anger, and you go through all these steps until you get to acceptance. And it's only once you get to acceptance that then you can start to be innovative and creative and realize what you need to do. And what I'm seeing in Europe is an awful lot of destinations and properties, they're still on denial, which is frightening considering that we're 3-4 months into this thing. And they're saying, no, we're going to have a summer season. And you can see the data and the stats on this, and they are not going to get that summer season. It's going to be about 20% of what it was. So that I think as an industry, we need to actually kind of move through that curve of change a little bit quicker, and then be ready for the opportunity. If we can crack the seasonality curve, and if we can, be proud of our destinations all year round, it's a more sustainable form of tourism for everybody. But it means that we can also welcome more tourists, because we can welcome them throughout the whole year. So big opportunities, actually, I believe.
You make some really great points there. Jonathan, HTTA is the organization that you're working with. And the question that I have for you is, what are some common misconceptions that people have about work in the tourism industry as it has been, and what you see going forward? And how can we combat those misconceptions and stay connected more effectively?
Sure. So there's a few things. I mean, first of all, for anyone who works in tourism or travel, it's not a mystery how fragmented we are, because I think it's Greg who mentioned silos very early on in the conversation. Somehow, like, we don't look at travel as a sector we belong to. We look at the niche that we belong to. Could be, hospitality, could be activities, could be tourism, airlines, you name it. But right now, when you see what's going on as far as the job market and people that used to work in tourism, because unfortunately, especially in the US, a lot of people, especially in hospitality, have been impacted. There are a couple of misconceptions. First, that that there are no opportunities for transfer of skills, or actually something that's called reallocation of labor. There are lots of opportunities that are coming, but they're not going to happen anytime like too fast. Reallocation is really, I think, where we will see our salvation when it comes to the workforce being able to be vibrant again And reallocation typically doesn't work based on studies that have been conducted over crises of the last 30 years when you're trying to basically cross industries. 13 to 14% of people who today, or yet until the crisis hit, were working in travel might actually migrate to a completely different industry. But realistically speaking, people will, that have dedicated time, their energy, and have built their experience in travel, in one of the different vectors of travel, will probably remain in it. So the question becomes more, what do they need to do? What do they need to look at in order to pivot, either change their career or find a new trend and get back on their feet a little faster and without thinking of the state or the country they live in as the purveyor of their livelihood. So typically, reallocation is a very important part. And I invite everyone who's today either furloughed or unemployed to actually pay very close attention to what are the conjoint pieces of travel that apply to them too, right? If you're, if you were a GM in a hotel that had to close, you have to look at the opportunity that exists, with activities and attractions that exists with food and beverage, even though it's considered healthcare, even with retiring homes that actually now are booming as far as recruitment is concerned. You have to look past, you have to get rid of any sort of limitations or blindness that exists typically in our industry because we're so fragmented. Very difficult to start looking at a macroscopic that travel is a massive sector with opportunities that will arise at different rhythms, and that there will be opportunities for a lot of people currently looking for a job or for pivots, like as to where they can seek those opportunities. The other myth that exists, but I'm not going to be speaking too much about it here, is furlough. A lot of people, unfortunately, have been stuck in a status that wasn't being used to that extent or that degree in the past, and that was meant by a lot of businesses when they put their employees in furlough as a good thing. But it has created a massive mental block with a lot of people when it comes to actually focusing their attention on updating their resume, updating their skills, looking for opportunities, even if they are gap or bridge opportunities, until basically our industry is healthy again. So the one thing I'm going to encourage anyone out there watching this that might happen to be in, in a furloughed status is to basically act as if basically you're not getting this call back. Simple as that. Get yourself in the survival mindset already. Because you cannot expect from anyone at this time definitive answers, including the employers that you believed in who potentially put you in a furlough status, hoping to get you back.
Well, I appreciate that, Jonathan. And I think that piggybacks on what Jed was pointing out, in that a lot of organizations that are expecting that big summer push are doing so like everything is normal because they've experienced slow seasons before, but this time it's different. And with that, Catherine, with your organization, NTA, and other associations, they've always played an important role in helping businesses and the individuals that work for them build and maintain their own relationships within the industry. What challenges do you hear your members are facing? And what specifically are organizations like NTA doing to help their own constituents?
Thank you. For frame of reference, if you're not familiar with NTA, even though we have national and tour in our name, we do have members in more than 40 countries, and our tour companies, they do package travel for groups of all sizes and people all ages, but they also do independent and private tours, just to give you frame of reference for what I'm talking about. And our members do include restaurants, attractions, experience providers, and destinations as well. But with NTA, in terms of employment and the workforce, our members are facing huge losses of talent and institutional knowledge. You know, every week we're hearing or we're learning of more colleagues who are laid off, or as Jonathan referenced, or furloughed. You know, the companies they're losing talent, and they're losing the person who had that connection, that direct connection with the clients, and then with their associations where they do a great deal of business. And then when you take it down to the personal level, our displaced colleagues, they're losing important opportunities for personal growth and for expanding their personal tribe of friends and partners. They're also losing the rewards from growing the company's business, which is enriching for their own self-esteem. So our members will face massive need for training and retraining employees now taking on multiple roles. And, you know, in many cases, so many people are working remotely. And while this is, you know, I'm in my home office, and while this is necessary at this time, it does create its own unique set of challenges. And, you know, part of that is we need to maintain in-person connectivity. You know, this is fantastic, but we're humans. We need that in-person connectivity, I feel, for the best possible collaboration and creative productivity. And that's tough with these remote situations. You know, we need our best people at their best because there's still so much to figure out. You know, for example, just think about the very things that will curb the spread of the virus and keep us safe. Wearing masks and physical distancing don't necessarily align with good travel experiences. So how do we make this work? So those are some of the things that our members are grappling with. And from day one, just speaking about NTA specifically, we have been talking to our members, hearing their needs, and then doing our best to address what we've heard, which is advocating for small business relief and then helping them navigate that small business relief, providing access to experts who can help them with questions about insurance, legal issues, and health and safety. And what I think has really been most important is facilitating conversations, because more than anything, they want to hear from one another. For the individual contacts at our member companies, they sometimes just need someone to listen. Many on our NTA team, our staff, they've been around for a long time. Like, I've been with NTA for more than 26 years. So we have a relationship with our member contacts. So the same is true for those we've lost. We want to connect with them. So, you know, very quickly, it was great to have a conversation with Jonathan and learn about HTTA, which we endorse, because we want to maintain a connection with the good people in our industry. You know, we're offering a discounted rate through HTTA to our certified tour professional program, because we think it's the right thing to do and it's important for training. And we did that for our members as well. We're offering a special registration fee to our displaced colleagues to BUZZ.travel, which is our virtual conference that we'll do in November. And this individual non-member rate is something we've never done before. And we're even looking at a new membership category for individuals. So it would be a place for these displaced colleagues. And then also we need to help our members navigate the legalities and labor laws related to working with contractors and having part-time employees, because we know there's going to be a lot more of that in the future.
Great. I appreciate that insight. And Rose, what are some of the most critical changes that individuals who are working in the industry must make to face the future effectively?
I think, well, that's a very good question, because I'm faced with that myself, as many of my colleagues and partners. And so we've been discussing this a lot lately, like what does the future look like for us specifically? And I think, you know, one of the most important things that we keep saying to ourselves is that tourism always comes back. It just kind of morphs into something else. And then we have to go and learn that something else. So right now, as I do, the bit of work that I have, one of the things, and I can't encourage this enough, is that I've been educating during this time. And we're, when we're doing our thing and we're going to our trade shows and we're seeing our friends and colleagues, we're just too busy. We're too busy sometimes to learn something, to learn how to do something new within our industry, connect with a different branch of our industry. So recently I've been doing a lot of education on the side of the mice market, which has always been a market that I felt I was weak in. So I can't stress that enough. It not only does it fill your time and makes everything seem a lot more purposeful, but you would be surprised at how often you grasp at the ideas and say, oh, it's kind of like when I did this in this other market, or it's kind of like when I worked at that and I did this other thing. The great thing about tourism is that the amount of transferable skills that we can amass over the course of our, of our career is massive. So my biggest advice and the most critical thing to do is never stop learning, never stop asking questions, and never think that you've got everything covered just because you have like this little, part of your business covered and you're an expert at that. Why not be an expert at something else? Yeah, if we now have the time, we have, it's awful, but we do have the luxury of time in order to invest ourselves in something new. Within our industry, there's dozens of branches that we can, go out on a limb. Sorry for the pun.
That's okay. We see the limbs swaying in the breeze behind you, so I think it works. Only you could get away with that. For the next section of our panel, I'll be posing some questions and inviting all of the panelists to contribute and invite them to contribute to questions that piggyback on those topics to share with everybody else. The first one is, where would you invest your time and resource if you are either a business owner or somebody who is working or looking for work in the industry? The investment of time and resource, I think, is really, it's what we have, time, and the resources are always going to be limited. So I pose that to the panel. Any one of you can jump in and go ahead and get started. I see some heads nodding along.
I don't mind starting off that if that's okay. My take on that, for anybody out there that's that's finding themselves in a position where they're looking for work in the industry, and it kind of links with what Rosemarie was saying, is I would say now is just the best ever time to start a business. Which I know sounds a little bit bizarre, but I'm somebody who's just launched my business in the middle of let's face facts here. This is absolutely the worst time for the travel industry. With other disasters, you could always say things could get worse or no. This is as bad as it gets. This is as bad as it gets. Nobody traveling anywhere globally, it literally doesn't get worse than this. And once you accept that you're at the bottom of the pit, there's literally only one way you can go. You can only go up. So, for me, what an absolutely perfect time to set up your own business. You can start a podcast from home for $5 a month. You can broadcast on YouTube Live or Facebook Live your thoughts and content. Just make sure you find a really good niche that you're passionate about and that you've got knowledge about. And 100%, even the smallest of niches have got enough to make a business. But you've got the time. You can't fail. You actually can't fail because, everybody's failing. Right now, nobody is coming out of this looking good. So in a time like that, Expedia aren't doing a huge amount of bookings either. So, right now, it's the great leveler. Everybody is on exactly the same level. And even your very, very small business where you've just set up your own podcast 2 weeks ago, do you know what? You're doing as well as anybody. So congratulations. And it's a great opportunity to learn as well.
I agree. I'm back at that. I agree 100% with what you just said, Jed. I think it's, I have a similar experience in that Wildebeest launched the end of January, and we were flying high for about, I don't know, a month and a half. and then everything came to a grinding halt. Although we've managed to make do. And my first business that I joined as a co-founder in this industry, I did that when my first son was 6 months old. So the challenges of starting a new business, you're always going to have this mountain to climb, no matter what, during the best of times, the worst of times. This is just another hiccup. This is just another mountain. So yeah, I agree with everything you said. And I think the pandemic has leveled the field, and there are ideas that are flourishing out of this. And if you have an idea, put pen to paper. The worst thing you can possibly do, and this is whether you're in business already in this industry, in travel, or you're on the outskirts and you want to get in, the worst possible thing you can do is have an idea in your head and have it stay in your head.
I agree.
Don't even write a business plan. Just start it. Get a website up, get a web page up. If you need help, there's resources out there for startups. You can call me. I mean, quite honestly, happy to advise new startups. I've been through it. But yeah, I think this is, if you're financially able to, this is a great time to start something.
Yeah, similarly,
Greg, I see you nodding along.
Yeah, no, I would similarly like to piggyback off of what Rosemarie said as well too. I mean, there's no better time to pick up on learnings, and Tourism Cares launched its Meaningful Travel platform during National Travel and Tourism Week in May. It was anticipated to be a member benefit, and we chose, because of the outbreak of COVID, to make it free to all travel professionals and all people within the community. And it has a focus. It's a second iteration, call it, of our Good Travel Advisors program, which was initially a primer for frontline agents and travel advisors to learn more about responsible travel and help them to advise their clients. The Meaningful Travel platform takes it further into tenets of sustainability and issues of animal welfare, and many chapters that go much deeper into the topics. And I just promote it because it is free to the industry right now. It's available through our website, www.tourismcares.org. And to Rosemarie's point, I mean, there's really no better time. And as Jed and Jared have said, I think this is the great leveler from that standpoint. And it's a great opportunity if you haven't had a chance, for instance, to a lot of people have been doing virtuals of their destinations. Similarly, we have a meaningful travel map within that platform that identifies social enterprises in a number of different venues. So this is a great way to see the destination beyond the destination.
Make some really great points there.
I'd like to add, I mean, so exactly like Jed said, like it's year zero, not 2020, but zero as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the fact that the whole travel sector has to restart from scratch. So that means two things, because I mean, I did see a question being asked in the Q&A. If you're actually just starting now in travel and tourism and hospitality and activities, you don't realize how blessed you are, because you are actually not carrying a luggage. You're going to start with learning from an industry that has to reinvent itself. One thing that's super important, I think, is to know to let go of the ghost of the past. Like, it's going to be very difficult, especially for companies, small and medium, that had struggled and worked so hard to reach not just profitability, but thriving stages, and now are back to their beginning, to move on. So it's going to take a lot of work for a lot of people when it comes to having to reset their mindset, to understand that, yes, it's not as if their experience is worthless or their skills are not worthy, but they're going to have to forget, the past if they want to move forward. That's a big reality that we're all confronting as a result of the crisis.
So focus on the baggage you can check at the gate. Catherine, do you have anything you want to contribute to this one?
I think I would be doing a me too on a lot of the comments. So I'll pass and just say a lot of good information shared.
Great. Greg, something you and I talked about the other day was inclusion and equality within the tourism industry. And, you know, I'd like to open it up to the panel to talk about or to discuss working in the tourism industry and how we can envision that inclusion and equality being applied, and how we might see that also with the types of visitors and travelers that we can anticipate as we go forward.
Well, you know, as I referenced before too, I think, you know, there's, you know, this misconception that sustainability is a trend. Similarly, there's a misperception that sustainability focuses in on the green issues, you know, the conservation issues. Whereas if you look at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which Tourism Cares uses as guideposts, two of them are very poignant right now. That being one of reduced inequalities, and second, one being of good health and well-being. So, you know, you can see that sustainability is an umbrella term that really incorporates a lot of facets of how we can do better within the industry beyond just issues of conservation. And clearly, when it comes to issues of inclusion, I think that when we look at travelers' patterns, they are going to be also taking into account the receptivity of that particular destination or perceptions that you might have about that particular destination relative to issues of inclusion. So I think all of these things factor in. So we're at a very, going to Jared's first word, we're at a very dynamic time right now. And there's a lot of considerations to take into account.
I think just on that, with regards to the I suppose it's one of the big benefits of, you know, we always talk about travel and tourism and its importance in the world, and it's, I don't know, 10% of global GDP, I think, according to UNWTO, and 1 in 10 jobs, and there's all of these kind of you know, the hard ones, the economic sort of side. But for me, the attraction of travel and tourism was always it was that, I suppose it's, you know, it was traditionally called one of the softer benefits, but it was about peace and prosperity. You know, the more I traveled around the world and really got under the skin of different destinations and started to understand the cultures, then I started to, you know, really have a, you know, I suppose ignorance was taken away from me. And I think, you know, to increase global harmony, you know, the more people travel, the more harmony there is, because you understand things from you know, from their point of view. I always give an example from years ago when I was doing some travel around Europe, and I won't labor on too much on it, but you know, when I went first of all to France, and you know, in a lot of the English tend to sort of, you know, they say things which are, you know, I suppose a little bit offensive sometimes about the French. And you go to France and you're thinking, God, these people are lovely. These people are wonderful. The food is great. The culture is great. Oh my God, I love the French. And you say this to the French and they say, yeah, but you want to watch out for the Germans. And then you go to Germany and you're like, no way, the Germans are great. This is fantastic. And the Germans are saying, watch out for the Greeks. And then they'll say, watch out for the Turks. And the more you travel, you realize actually it's that cliche. We've all got so much more in common than we have, you know, that divides us. And that becomes only more apparent the more we travel. And that for me is the big part of why travel is just so important for everybody. And I think that's one of my big concerns, is this, or fears actually, as a result of COVID-19, is that travel would ever go back to the preserve of the relatively wealthy. That to me would just be, that would be catastrophic. And I think it would be a great disservice to future generations. So that's my hope, is that we don't get back to that. But I think it's a little bit uncertain at the moment, to be honest.
Fantastic. So we've got just a few minutes here, and I'd like to go around the panel, and if you can share any parting thoughts or advice that you have for people who are working in the industry or looking for work in the industry. Rose, you're at the top of my screen, so I'm going to start with you.
Sure. Well, I can't put enough emphasis on the value of connection and making connections and networking in our industry. It's you know, what we do in hospitality is a lot about what we know, but equally important is who we know. And we need to cultivate those connections. Take the time now that you have it, and reach out to people. You know, the other day I reconnected with someone that I worked with almost 30 years ago, and it was bizarre yet wonderful to just have an email chain with this person because they're not on Facebook. And I was like, and that's okay. You know, we talked about old times, but more importantly, we talked about all the people that we have in common, all of the experiences since we've worked together that we have in common, and how all of that is just bringing us to this, you know, present state where, you know, it is a great leveler. You know, this is a person who no longer works in the industry. And I still do. And it was just insightful, I guess, for her to find out what's been going on. And it was reassuring to me that no matter what happens, you know, I'll always have a job in hospitality. If I figure this out right, half of it is experience, but the other half is who you know. So reach out.
Jared?
Yeah, so I guess specifically for new grads or anyone who's gone through a master's program and is now looking to enter the industry, assuming that you're relatively young, or at least younger than I am. I'll be 40 in a few weeks, so I can say that now. But I think it's, you know, understanding the industry and the travel industry is super important, and understanding that it's not just content creation and pretty photos. And I say that because I came from outside travel, and I didn't start my career here, and I did not admittedly have a very good grasp of what this industry was all about, the big players. And there are some very, very big players at every layer, the supply side, the distribution side, and just understand how the business of travel truly works, and understand who these different players are in each sector, in the air sector, in the technology sector. I think also, if you're a recent graduate, I was talking to an intern that I hired in my role at BUZZ.travel 3-4 years ago, and she just graduated from her undergrad, and she's looking to get back into marketing. And she's like, you know, what should I do? And I said, look, you have very few commitments. Now is the best time to take a risk. If you're going to take that risk, and let's admit it, getting into travel right now, there's a degree of risk there. Now is the time to do that. And the last point is that if you're already in the business and you're thinking about where to go from here, I would just say, make sure you have an insurance plan. And I think the best insurance plan, in my own experience, has been a transferable skill, meaning, you know, understand finance, understand accounting, understand marketing, understand something that if you need to fall back on it and pivot and change industries on a dime, at least you have that knowledge and that base to go out and find a new job, maybe temporarily, while things sort of settle down within travel.
Great. Greg, quickly, your takeaway or advice?
Sure. I mean, clearly follow your heart and your passion, and start constructing your story. My story, you know, started with an event in 2003 where 300 industry professionals came to Ellis Island for a volunteer cleanup, and it was Tourism Care's first event. And so that is chapter 1 of my story. And if I hadn't set foot there, I may not be sitting here right now. So follow your heart and passion and construct the story, because you know, someday you'll be telling that story, and it all seem like it all makes sense and was all meant to be. And I'm proof positive there.
Right, Jed.
Just, I suppose, it echoes really what I said before. Is there's never been a better time in my mind, if you've got an idea or a nugget of an idea for a niche or whatever in the travel industry. Literally, the best time to follow through on that idea and set up on your own is right now, because we're at rock bottom. It's only going to get better, and it's a great golden opportunity, I think.
Great. Jonathan, quickly.
For business owners, I'll tell you within the travel sector, start implementing, if you haven't done so, risk management practices to shelter and shield your employees and your companies from the cyclical nature catastrophes and disasters that are happening in our industry. And for employees and people who are still working, I'm going to say, don't forget those who were not as fortunate as you, because it's going to take a lot of time before all those people who are displaced or have not do not have an income or a job right now, for them to get back on their feet. And it's going to be very easy once we're out of confinements or back on the path to recovery to forget about them. So please keep them in mind. You know, not just the occasional new job opening, but it's a checkup call. You know, exactly as Rosemary was saying, our connections make such a difference. It's now better than never before that you can actually prove to them that you're not just connected to them because of a vested interest. So check on your friends and your industry and your tourism family.
And then Catherine, we'll be wrapping up.
Yep. For someone looking for work in the industry, I want to stress patience. Look at the new skill sets and knowledge base that's needed, sustainability best practices, someone in tune with health and safety standards, technological advances like online booking, virtual experiences, as well as we were talking about earlier, addressing diversity, equality, and inclusion. You know, hone your skills as a scenario planner. Adaptability has a whole new meaning. Because remember, we're going to be doing a lot of pivoting.
And with that, I would like to thank each and every one of our panelists for joining. Jan, I see that you joined in with us. Do you have something you'd like to contribute?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for a great conversation, very interesting. I would like to close officially our BUZZ Expo, if I may take a few minutes of your time. My name is Jan Larsen from BUZZ.travel. It's 5 o'clock somewhere in Europe, so it's time to close and time to turn off the engines. We have still one more live event, but that will be a bit too late for Europe, so I will take this opportunity to close now. Our meeting place will also be open for a couple of days still, but we close now. This was our first BUZZ.travel Expo. I think we had a good run. Now it's time for us to evaluate what we did good and what we need to improve in the future. Your comments, your remarks, critical, positive, will be much appreciated. We plan for the future to make such expos on a regular basis. We will make pure BUZZ.travel expos, and we plan to team up with organizations who have good ideas, good concepts, and then we make such expos. They don't need to be 5 days, but shorter, together. The idea of BUZZ.travel is to create a place where travel professionals meet, socialize, and do business. Rose had some comments about how important connecting is. We are here to facilitate such connection process. I want to thank the exhibitors who took part in our expo. Thank you to the speakers. And I think we had a lot of great speakers. I think we had a lot of good content. And I also need to thank all the people who helped us put this together. We have had a lot of fantastic people who reached out and who were very helpful. I also need to thank our BUZZ team. They will need to have a couple of hours sleep now. They've been working very hard during the last couple of days. And I need to address a special thank you to Katja. Katja, you haven't seen her on stage here, but she is the woman behind all this. She is the brains. She is the lifeblood of BUZZ.travel. She will need to sleep a lot. One final remark. Some of you, perhaps many of you, have noticed that I am not from this industry. I was trained somewhere else, and that is perhaps noted by some of you. Preparing this event has been a personal, very satisfying experience. I have very seldom met so many helpful people, people who are dedicated to doing something, to changing something, and people who are not only working for their own pockets. It has really been a great experience. Thank you so much. And hereby, I officially close the live event parts. As I said, we're still open for a couple of days for the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Hello, everyone. It's BUZZ.travel once again. We are happy to introduce you to Jürgen Steinmetz, CEO and publisher of eTurbo News and chairman of Rebuilding Travel. Together with Dr. Peter Tarlow, president of tourism and more, he will talk about safe travels and the many options communicated. Welcome, Jürgen. Welcome, Peter. Please introduce yourself to the audience.
Yeah, guten Morgen and aloha. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, and thank you for your kind introduction. I'm German, as you can hear from my accent, but I lived in the United States since 1982, and I've been in the state of Hawaii since 1988. And in my adult life, what is unfortunately now most of my life, I have been involved in the travel and tourism industry. I'm known for publishing, hopefully many of you know us, eTurbo News. We're the first global travel industry publication on the internet. And when we started in 1999, there was really no online media. We started with a purpose to promote Indonesia. My company at the time was involved in destination marketing, and we had a contract with the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in Jakarta. And we were using eTurbo News at that time to explain the US travel warnings against Indonesia from an Indonesian point of view. That's how we started. Our first sponsor was a hotel booking company, and this was the very first booking company in the world called eTurbo Hotels. So ever since we have been growing, we've currently published 16 different publications for different subjects, but our flagship is eTurboNews.com, and everything comes together on travelnewsgroup.com, including our relationship with Peter's Safer Tourism and also Rebuilding.travel. When we got into this crisis, we didn't want to be silent, and we thought, there's a good opportunity to get the world together, and that's what we do best. We're trying to get the world together, specifically in travel and tourism. We're reaching about 200 and some thousand travel professionals every day. And in March, we have seen more than 2 million individual users looking at our articles, one or more of our articles. So we know we can contribute in this conversation in having the global industry talk about their challenges and what is next, and maybe help to get these challenges to the right ears. So during this now for a little bit more than 6 weeks, we have been able to collect more than 1,000, sometimes very high profile travel industry members, including ministers of tourism, and they're in 117 countries. So it truly became a global discussion. And we're excited about continuing this. We're not excited about the subject because it really throws back how difficult the situation is for our industry. I'm in my 40 years working in travel and tourism, I think in my worst nightmares, I would have not thought something like this could ever happen. But we have to go through it. It's nature. We're faced with this. We cannot run away with this. And more important, we cannot make false promises. We have to be realistic. That's why we have been outspoken against any type of messages that promise one thing or guarantee safety or do one or the other. But there are now many good initiatives, so we can talk about it later with Peter, in place. I think this industry is making progress within, of course, the framework set by nature and by health professional and government professional. So this in a short word about me, and Peter his life is by far more interesting because he deals with travel, tourism, security. He's a rabbi. I mean, it cannot get any more bizarre. So Peter, good morning.
Good morning, and for those of you who are a fellow North Americans, happy almost July 4th. Tomorrow is Independence Day, so a glorious 4th of July to everyone. I'm speaking to you from Texas, and so Jürgen always likes to begin with aloha, so I'm going to use the Texas vocabulary word, howdy to everyone. which is, or we like to say, howdy y'all. So if you come to Texas, we can get you a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and maybe even a horse if you have good social distancing from the horse.
That's gotta be hard to do.
I'm very lucky to be working with Jürgen. For many years, we've been friends, and we have been working on issues of tourism and tourism security. Just a few very quick words about me. I kind of live a very strange quadruple life. For many years, I was the rabbi here at Texas A&M before I retired. I'm also a member of the police department of Texas, of College Station, Texas. I teach at our medical school, and my PhD area is tourism security and counterterrorism. So I like to tell people that can either pray for you, blow you up, fix you, or arrest you. So you get a full service in just one person. Hopefully you don't get arrested or blown up. We just work on keeping you well and keeping you safe. And I think in that way, people always ask me, what is a rabbi doing in tourism security? And I say to them, can you think of any better godly act than my working to save your life? And when I say that, they go, "Ooh, you're right." So I really believe that. I believe that it is a moral and ethical imperative of the tourism industry to allow people to travel, have a wonderful time, but not to get sick, not to be hurt, to be able to come, spend your money, go home, and have wonderful memories. And if we can accomplish all that, then I think we're doing a lot. Right now, we are facing many different crises. Around the world, of course, the number one crisis is that of COVID-19. And I think Jürgen brought that up when he said, not in his wildest nightmares could he have imagined something like that. I think even if we spoke about this in January of 2020, most people would have thought we were crazy. In the first 2 weeks of January in 2020, the tourism industry was the world's strongest industry. By March, it was fighting for its own survival. And so you can see how things fell apart almost instantaneously. But along with that, we have, at least in the United States and in much of the world, some other crises that are going on that are simultaneous. We, of course, have the health crisis. We also have a major economic crisis that's taking place in many countries because countries had to close down their economies. That created issues of unemployment. And if people don't have money, they don't travel. To add to that issue, many governments right now are not the most stable in the world, either because they're going through elections and nobody knows what will happen, or because there's such anger within the body politic that people are beginning to question if they really believe in their own politicians. And so every other day we're getting statements, do this, don't do this. Put on a mask, take off a mask. Have social distancing, don't have social distancing. A million different types of things. And to add to that, there's a fourth element, and that is up until maybe a year ago, we might have disagreed with each other. That's perfectly acceptable in democracy, the right to have different opinions. But I didn't see you as a bad person if you disagreed with me. I just disagreed with you. And then we would go off and have a cup of coffee or whatever it was. But now people have taken their political ideologies to almost the level of a religion, actually beyond a religion. So if you don't agree with me, it's not that I think you have a bad idea. I think you are a bad person. And that literally becomes a major problem because it's impossible to negotiate or run societies when half of society is not speaking to the other half of the society. And so we need to find ways that we're able to talk together. Now, all of these are coming into tourism. And maybe that's where Jürgen will again start the conversation. Because certainly one of the issues that's coming up more and more is that yesterday somebody said it to me again. The number one enemy of tourism is the media. And because the media keeps coming up with these strange headlines or gets people all excited or it becomes so partisan, many people have stopped believing the media. And the media, at least in the United States, journalists have a lower level of people liking them than used car salesmen. So they're even below politicians, which is really tragic. So one of the issues I think we need to talk about a little bit is how can we use the media to get out of this hole that we're in and really use these types of discussions to show people that we can agree to disagree, we can work together, and in the end, we should have a common purpose, which is making the world a safer, better, and healthier place. So I've thought that I would use that kind of provocative statement to maybe get Thomas to begin to speak a little bit. And I know his name is Jürgen, but those of us in the United States know him as Thomas. So I have to try to use both names. So it could be either Jürgen Thomas, Thomas Jürgen, Jürgen or Thomas. So if you hear both names, he's the same person, just a man of many names.
Yeah, and I don't mind. My legal name is actually Thomas, and I switched to Thomas when I first moved to the United States back in 1982 because I had to spell my name. I lived in Kansas, out of all places, what is very conservative, what is you know, a little bit different from Hawaii, and spelling my name 100 times every day. And I thought, why don't I just go by my middle name? So all these people who know me for a long time, like Peter, know me under Thomas. But then I thought the United States is becoming a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more internationally. And we as fake media, I think, helped a little bit in this concept, in actually getting online media accepted. That was a big challenge. I can tell you our breakthrough at eTurbo News really came with the tsunami crisis in Southeast Asia, when Jeffrey Lipman, who at that time was the Deputy Secretary General for the United Nations World Tourism Organization, called me when I was in Germany for Christmas and said, can you go to Thailand? And I said, yes, I could do that. And I did go to Thailand. I worked partially out of the PATA office. And Jeffrey and I, we worked very closely together, and we facilitated the initial communication for the World Tourism Organization in regards to that crisis. We worked with the Swiss embassy on getting intelligence where people are. And this was kind of also the first time traditional media recognized online media like this, because we were in the position of having people on the ground in all tourism regions in Thailand and in Indonesia. That's where our publication started. And we were able to get intelligence like from no one before. I remember in Sri Lanka, Renton Alvis, who was the deputy foreign minister, and before he was the head of the tourism board, we were good friends. And I talked to him on a satellite phone in the middle of the jungle in Sri Lanka, and he said, look, the German embassy wants to send help, and I want to approve it, but I cannot get a hold of anyone to tell anyone anything. And our foreign minister is in China, and I cannot reach him. Can you talk to the Germans? I said, well, I don't know. I'm an American, but I'm in Germany right now. Let me talk to Berlin. And I was actually able, I mean, their first thought I was some kind of a crazy guy. I was able to get someone in Berlin, and Sri Lanka received help from the German embassy. And this was the first country actually helping Sri Lanka to the initial stage of the crisis. So the media business is an interesting business. And I know Peter and I, we don't really have the same opinion when it comes to media in many cases. But when I have definitely an issue with it when it says the media is doing this or doing that. And I even have for me, it's even more unbelievable and almost laughable when for God's sake, who are they? Are they media? Or they mean CNN is not trustworthy. And it works both sides. It is, I think, really, and there are different opinions. And sometimes, Peter, you're absolutely right. When I listen to CNN, to Fox, and NBC, ABC, specifically between CNN and Fox, you feel like you're living in two different worlds. It's not the same world. On different planets. Two different planets. So who is right, who is wrong? I think if you find the middle line and you watch a lot of the other guys, including those that are known for having a different opinion or a different agenda, like RT, Press TV from Iran, I-24 from Israel. So when you DW from Germany, BBC. So when you listen and watch all of these guys, I think you can get a pretty good picture of really what's going on. But I agree with you, if you just listen to either CNN or to Fox, you're living on different extremes of the planet, and that's very true here in the United States.
How do you think this is impacting? Because I think the issue is we don't want to really talk so much about the media, but what's going on currently in tourism. And how, as a beginning, how are the media impacting the various tourism crises? Because I don't think there's just one crisis in tourism. I think, if you don't have a job, but you're not sick from Corona, then your real crisis is how do you pay for your kids' education or tuition or whatever it happens to be. If you have Corona and you have a job, you have a very different crisis. So I think we really have maybe 4 crises taking place simultaneously, and they sometimes merge and they sometimes don't merge. So, but how do we get information to people in a way that the tourism industry can begin to heal? Because right now there's so much anger and every level, and you're right, CNN hates Fox, or Fox. I actually think it's just a show. They want to try to, and it's kind of like gladiators. But if that's true or not, I don't know. If they really sincerely mean what they say, or they're just kind of putting each other on. But the public doesn't know that. The public is living with the situation that they don't know whom to believe, what to believe, where to believe, and they don't have time to listen to 14 different stations.
So and that's really, really, Peter, in today's age is where the social media comes in, because right now everyone has a chance to be on this platform. I remember even when we started, there was no social media and there was no online media.
Yes.
Our big breakthrough really came through Peter Greenberg, who is still out there with NBC, when we attended a WTTC discussion on the tsunami crisis, and he said, well, there is a lot of hoax out there now on the internet. People started talking in all these Yahoo groups and everywhere else, but the only one I always trusted was eTurbo News. So I really thanked Peter for this, and I will never forget this when he said that. But you're absolutely right, and it's a different platform, especially now with Facebook, with Twitter. Our own president is a big fan of Twitter. And so information goes out there unfiltered. Actually, what we did at eTurbo News, we started something you can see online. It's called BreakingNews.travel. No one ever writes anything for BreakingNews.travel. It is just all the chatter collected by keywords from the social media, from Twitter, from Facebook, from real media, and from fake media all together. So I'm hoping this is a platform that can help to bring all these different opinions together. But Peter, from what you're saying, right now, no one knows where we stand with this problem. And I think that counts for almost any place in the world. I think my best advice would be if it's a local issue, like here in Hawaii, you're probably better off to read the local media, the Star Advertiser or KHON television, people who are familiar with the local scene, how these different levels of the crisis are coming together. If you see it nationwide, specifically in a country like ours, like the United States of America, our problems are so diversified. You have areas in the US where the virus is pretty much non-existent. And luckily in Hawaii, we're one of these areas so far. It's now increasing because we're opening up a little bit. But then you have other areas like what we had in New York, it's just catastrophic. Right. And when it comes to travel and tourism, you only know the effects 2 weeks later from what I understand from reading some of the media. And we learn about what effects can do, like in states like Florida or California right now, where actually 2 weeks after things are opening, getting quite a bit worse. So how does this convert to workplace, jobs, and all of this? I don't know. If you go to other countries, in Tanzania declared themselves virus-free and virus open, so anyone can come to Tanzania. So far, we haven't seen the big numbers. Is it of infection? Is it because they don't really test? Is it because it's working? Yeah. There are really no numbers. We don't know.
We have to be very careful when we use statistics. because statistics have many different ways of interpreting them. I always taught my students in statistics that it's kind of like paint by numbers. And if you look at a abstract painting, each person can see in it what he or she wants to see. So for example, if I look in Texas, we certainly have a major increase right now in number of cases of corona. I've had maybe 20 people from around the world asking me if I'm okay. On the other hand, if I break those statistics down, we note that one, the death tolls currently, we don't know what will happen in the future, are going down. Hospitalizations are going down. Now, many of the hospitals are full, but not because of the COVID. It's that for many months now, people have not been able to have elective surgery. And when they now open the hospitals and said, okay, you can go get a hip replacement or whatever, those people are now filling the hospitals. So it's not necessarily that they have COVID. The other side of that is, if God forbid a person dies in a car accident, but is asymptomatic, but does have COVID in the system, the statistics count that you died from COVID, not with COVID. Now, if you study, for example, in medicine, other prostate cancer, for example, about 80% of all men will die with prostate cancer. They won't die from prostate cancer, but the prostate cancer, which usually enters the body around in the 70s or late 60s, can take 40 to 50 years until it would really do damage. Well, if you're 70 and it's not going to kill you for 40 years, you're probably going to die long before that prostate cancer gets you. So you'll die with it, not from it. So one, the statistics are like everything else in COVID, they're highly questionable. Secondly, unfortunately, they become political. And this is again where people, I don't think there should be an issue, wear masks or not wear a mask. Wear a mask. It's, if you're in public, just put a mask on, done. But all of a sudden, if you wore a mask here for one party, if you don't wear a mask here for another party, that's silly. I think we have to depoliticize some of these things and just say, you know what, it's our job, all of us, to try to get over this virus. And I hate to point out, a new pandemic may be coming down the road, which is another form of swine flu. And so far, it's only gone from animals to people. It's not gone person to person. But in 2008, we had the same situation, and it did eventually jump person to person. So the last thing the tourism industry needs right now is to still be fighting COVID and then to have another pandemic on top of it. So we'd be having a two-front war. So if you think, my grandfather used to say, no matter how bad things are, they can always get worse. Well, hopefully we'll prove my grandfather wrong on this one. But we have to be careful, because that could add a whole new layer of chaos that we haven't even begun to deal with. How much do we trust the Chinese government to tell the truth or not? We don't know. Those are questions. The Europeans are having the same questions. Do they trust information coming to Europe or not? And so these are things that we're going to have to really work on if we want the tourism industry to go back to being a viable industry. The other side of that is, if we don't, large numbers of people in the tourism industry are going to go out of business. And that doesn't matter. Nice theory and nice ideas are great, but if you're a small business owner or you're a hotelier and you don't get 60% occupancy in your hotel, you're going to cease to exist. You just cannot pay the electric bill, the employment bills, all the regulations that have been thrown on people. Right now, there's a big fight in the United States. One political party wants to raise taxes considerably on the middle class. The other party doesn't. If that party that wants to raise taxes should win, that's going to be another major blow to the tourism industry. And people, even things like eTurbo News, could go out of business because no one will be able to afford to advertise, or et cetera. And we tend to forget that none of us live as isolation. We all live interchangeably. In the same way, there's huge anger right now against universities. And people are saying that, you know, in the United States, they charge you up to $70,000 a year to send your kid to college. The kid comes out with a degree in whatever, advanced basket weaving. It doesn't have a practical skill. And now for having paid $200,000, guess what? Can go to become a waiter. So now people are saying they can't afford to pay that. And that's going to impact things radically. We see this already in the levels of the US considering withdrawing troops from NATO and from Germany especially, and saying if the Germans don't pay up, the US is not going to continue to keep troops there. Mrs. Merkel's not very happy, but on the other hand, she hasn't paid her bill. So there's
that's what the Trump government says.
Well, it's
but we don't want to get political. So anyway,
no, but that's not a political. That's just a fact. In other words, Germany
well,
has
that's
not
a
paid.
fact. That's a fact on Fox Television.
No, that's a fact with NATO.
So they're different.
That's a fact on NATO headquarters. Germany has paid 1.3% when it owes 2%.
You know, anyways, no comment.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans have not paid up, and Germany's a rich country. Germany should go above 2%. They should pay. They should double their
Germany
taxes
should pay
and pay
everything. Germany should just pay for everyone. No, I understand that. And
yes,
Germany
no,
has
and
been
that would
in
be fair if Germany paid for everyone. I could accept that. I don't think the Germans would like it. I understand that. But and I'm not trying to push on the Germans. What I'm saying is these things are interrelated, and we have to see the interrelationships that are going on, because if we look at them as separate issues, we're going to have some major problems.
Yeah, no, and right now, as I said, it's in Peter. Everyone in the world is confronted with this problem. It's not only the United States, it's not only Germany, not only Italy, it's the world. And some countries are in a position of handling it better, at least temporarily, from their resources. And we're lucky to live in one of these countries. But there are other countries, they're just complete desperate.
They don't have
need to live, they don't have it. They want to open the travel industry and people die, so be it. And I think we're getting to the stage that there is a fine line where governments have to decide, do we calculate, do we have a collateral damage here, as tough as it sounds, and continue with our economy? Or are we going to try to protect everyone, but we're not going to have an economy for our children and grandchildren, and we're just destroying our country, what we have been hard building on? And there is no right or wrong answer.
No,
I can tell you, I only see it from a micro standard here in Hawaii, and I can say that I'm very thankful, and I congratulate our governor and our mayor here in Honolulu for keeping us safe, because we all want to live. We all want to be safe. After all, and we had the resources. There is money, what has been sent. No one is we're still good. Now we're going to restaurants, and we're not in a way that everyone is homeless yet. So we have been able to maintain this, but for how long? Like the state I live is living on travel and tourism. That's our main industry.
Sure.
And but do we want to get sick because of it? No, we don't. Do we risk that half of the population, working population, eventually will leave Hawaii to go to the mainland because there are no more jobs? Yes, that is a possibility. So we're living in very uncertain, in a very uncertain world.
And tourism needs certainty in order to be able to function. So
absolutely,
one of the things I tell people all the time, and that's the reason that Jürgen and I have worked on Safer Tourism, is a way of trying to create a truly safe world. Because if there is no security, if there is no safety, in the end, there will be no tourism. And when we say, the word I often use is surety. And surety is where you have safety, security, health, economic functionality, and reputation. And those 5 things have to come together to create a world of surety. And so if you're interested, I want to encourage you to come to see our website at safertravel.com.
No, safertourism.com.
Safertourism. I never know which tourism, but safertourism.com. Please visit it and contact us and let us hear from you. I think we're over time, but do we still have some more time, or are we okay?
Yeah, I mean, also it's important, if you wanted to join rebuilding.travel, it's free. We encourage you to start engage the conversation with tourism leaders around the world. Go to rebuilding.travel, not .com, rebuilding.travel. And of course, the most important part is, wanted to read eTurbo News, go to eturbonews.com, or you can simply go to travelnewsgroup.com. It links to all our various publications.
Yes.
And I
And
really
if you're
want to
interested
thank.
in tourism, I also publish a free tourism newsletter once a month in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And if you want to practice your Spanish or Portuguese, you can read it in that version. It's called Tourism Tidbits, and it's you can find it both on the through eTurbo News, or you can find it at tourismandmore.com, and just write to me and I'll be glad to put you on. It's free. It has no pictures. It's just pure text. It's easy. So you download it in like 30 seconds flat. It's I call it media for dummies, because I never figured out how to put pictures in it. So it's very simple. I write it in English and then it's translated into Spanish and in Portuguese. So if you're interested, just let us know. I think really the important thing to know is that the tourism industry is facing some real challenges. And we either, Benjamin Franklin said, we either work together or we all hang separately. And I don't think anybody will take us to a tree and hang us from the tree limb. But what I think he's meaning by that is, if the tourism industry is to survive, everybody has to work together. That means we have to have good media, good publicity. Hotels have to work with airlines, have to work with restaurants. We have to make sure people know they can have a good time, be safe. We have to work with police departments. We have to work with other tourism security entities to make sure that the visitor has an experience that he or she is going to want to repeat, and not see it as, oh my God, this was 10 days in hell. We don't want that. We want 10 days in paradise.
That's really true. Jürgen, you wanted to add
No,
something?
I know we're over time, and I just wanted to thank you, and I wanted to thank BUZZ.travel for having us today.
Our pleasure.
We really, I think I can speak for Peter, enjoyed being part of this discussion.
Yes.
And
so thank you. Gracias.
Aloha.
Obrigado. Dankeschön.
All right. And mahalo from Hawaii.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you too for letting us take part in your thoughts. It's been an interesting conversation, of course. And yeah, you are on BUZZ.travel, of course, as well. So if anybody would like to reach out from that platform on, feel free to do so. I'd be happy to answer. And I wish you a great day. Here it's nearly evening in Spain. So all the best of luck. Stay safe. That's the most important. Stay safe and stay healthy. And yeah, let's stay in touch. And
thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
See
you.
you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.